Hey everyone, tonight we journey back 25,000 years before the rise of the Empire, to witness the birth and fall of civilizations so vast they make the galactic civil war look like a mere skirmish. This is the complete Old Republic timeline, where ancient Jedi wielded powers that would terrify modern Force users, where Sith Lords commanded armadas that could consume entire star systems, and where the very fate of the galaxy was decided not once but in an endless cycle of light and darkness that echoes through eternity. From the mystical Jedi who first discovered balance on the primordial world of Tython, to the rise of Darth Revan, who saved the galaxy by nearly destroying it, to the immortal Sith Emperor, whose thousand-year plans shaped the destiny of countless worlds. Their stories are filled with epic battles that raged across star systems, forbidden love that toppled empires, and sacrifices so profound they still resonate through the Force today. So before you settle in for this epic journey, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy these deep dives into galactic history. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always amazing to see who's joining us from around the world for these ancient tales. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, get comfortable under your blanket, and let's travel back to when the galaxy was young and the Force itself was still learning the difference between creation and destruction. But first, let me share with you a moment that will haunt our entire journey tonight. Deep in the tombs of Korriban, where the red sand has been stained with the blood of 1,000 generations, there stands a statue older than recorded history. The locals whisper that it depicts not a Sith Lord, but something far more ancient, something that existed before the first Jedi ever ignited a lightsaber, before the first starship ever broke the bonds of gravity, before light and dark ever learned to hate each other. The statue's face has been worn smooth by millennia of sandstorms, but its eyes remain untouched, as if protected by some invisible force. And in those eyes, carved from black stone that seems to absorb light itself, visitors report seeing visions, not of the past, but of events that have not yet come to pass. Wars that span galaxies, the rise of chosen ones who will reshape reality itself, and always, the same haunting question echoing through time like a whisper that refuses to die. What if everything we know about the eternal struggle between light and dark is wrong? What if the Jedi and Sith, locked in their endless dance of conflict, are not enemies at all, but unwitting servants of something far older and more terrible? What if every victory, every defeat, every moment of triumph and tragedy across 25,000 years of galactic history has been orchestrated by a presence so ancient that it witnessed the birth of stars and will survive their death? The Chronicle Keepers of Ossus, before their great library burned in the fires of the Great Sith War, spoke of a secret hidden in the earliest days of the Republic. A truth so dangerous that entire civilizations chose to forget rather than face its implications. They called it the First Secret, and claimed that whoever unraveled its mystery would understand why the galaxy is doomed to repeat the same cycles of war and peace, hope and despair, creation and destruction, until the last star burns cold in the void of space. Tonight, as we trace the rise and fall of the greatest civilizations the galaxy has ever known, we will follow the thread of this ancient mystery. We will walk with heroes and villains whose names have been lost to time, witness the birth of legends that still echo in cantinas across the Outer Rim, and perhaps, if we listen carefully enough to the whispers of the Force itself, we might finally understand the truth that lies at the heart of it all. Our story begins not with the familiar tale of the Empire's rise, but in an age when the galaxy was young and full of infinite possibility. Our journey begins in the year 36,453 before the Battle of Yavin, in an age so distant that the very concept of a galactic republic existed only in the dreams of visionaries yet unborn. The galaxy was a wild and untamed place, where hyperspace routes were mere whispers of possibility, and most worlds had never seen a visitor from beyond their own star system. At the heart of this primordial galaxy lay a world that would become legend, a planet whose very name would be spoken with reverence by Force users for millennia to come. Tython, the birthplace of everything we know about the Force, where the first conscious beings learn to touch the energy that binds all living things together and tear it apart with equal ease. You are the chronicler of this ancient tale, guided by holocrons so old their creators have become myths within myths. Your spectral companion on this journey through time is Master Ketu, a Jedi historian whose consciousness has somehow survived the passage of 25,000 years, preserved in crystalline archives that hum with the accumulated wisdom of ages. His voice carries the weight of countless lifetimes, speaking in riddles that only become clear when viewed through the lens of galactic history. Tython itself defies description in any language developed by younger civilizations. Imagine a world where the Force flows like visible rivers of energy across landscapes that shift between breathtaking beauty and terrifying power. Ancient forests of rocher trees stretch toward purple skies, their bark scarred by Force lightning that strikes not from storms but from the planet itself when the cosmic balance tips too far toward light or darkness. Crystalline formations jut from the earth like frozen music, each one a natural focusing crystal that amplifies Force abilities beyond anything the modern Jedi Order has ever documented. These crystals sing with harmonies that can drive sensitive beings to madness or enlightenment, sometimes both simultaneously. The air itself seems alive, thick with an energy so potent that even non-Force users report vivid dreams and prophetic visions after spending just hours on the planet's surface. Scattered across Tython's continents stand the temples of balance, architectural marvels that seem to have grown from the living rock rather than being constructed by mortal hands. Each temple serves a specific aspect of Force study. The Temple of Ashla, built on floating islands that circle Tython's larger moon, where practitioners learn to channel the light side through meditation and selfless service. The Temple of Bogan, carved into the heart of a volcanic mountain on the smaller moon, where students explored the darker emotions and learned to master passion without being consumed by it. But it is the Temple of Balance itself, located at the exact center of where Tython's Force energy converges, that holds the greatest mysteries. Here, the Jedi Masters taught that neither light nor dark should dominate, that true wisdom came from understanding both aspects of the Force and walking the razor-thin line between them. The temple's central chamber contains artifacts that predate galactic civilization, relics whose origins are lost even to the Jedi themselves. Master Ketu speaks of these early days with a mixture of wonder and profound sadness. He remembers when the Jedi Order numbered in the hundreds of thousands, when their philosophy of perfect balance seemed to offer the galaxy its greatest hope for lasting peace. They were not warriors in the traditional sense, but something far more ambitious. They were the galaxy's first attempt to create beings who could wield ultimate power without being corrupted by it. The Jedi dressed in robes that shifted color based on their emotional state and Force alignment, making deception nearly impossible within their ranks. They carried weapons that were precursors to lightsabers, elegant blades of pure Force energy that could cut through any material but would only ignite for those who maintained perfect balance between light and dark. To ignite such a weapon while leaning too far toward either extreme meant instant death, making every Jedi a living testament to their philosophy. Yet even in these earliest days, Master Ketu's memories carry hints of the tragedy to come. He speaks of students who struggled with the discipline required for perfect balance, of masters who began to question whether such balance was truly possible for beings driven by emotion and desire. Most troubling of all, he remembers the first Force storms that began to rage across Tython's surface when practitioners lost their equilibrium, violent tempests that seemed to presage some cosmic disaster yet to unfold. As we stand with Master K2 in the ruins of what was once the galaxy's greatest center of learning, the weight of future knowledge makes his next words all the more chilling. The Jedi Order, for all their wisdom and power, were doomed from the moment they believed they could master forces beyond mortal comprehension. Their fall would not be gradual, but catastrophic, setting in motion events that would echo through the ages and shape the destiny of every generation that followed. Master K2's ancient consciousness stirs as we delve deeper into the memories of Tython's golden age, a time when the galaxy's first Force users walked a path so different from anything that would follow that their very existence challenges everything we think we know about the nature of power itself. The Jedi Order represented something that has never been attempted again in galactic history, a civilization built on the radical premise that ultimate power could be wielded safely if one maintained perfect balance between opposing forces that most beings cannot even perceive, let alone master. The word Jedi itself translates to Mystic Center in the ancient Dai Bendu language, though this translation barely captures the profound philosophy that governed every aspect of their existence, where future Jedi would speak of controlling emotions and suppressing the dark side, and future Sith would embrace passion while rejecting compassion. The Jedi sought something far more complex and dangerous. They believed that every emotion, every impulse, every aspect of consciousness, both light and dark, served a necessary purpose in the cosmic order, and that wisdom came not from choosing sides, but from maintaining perfect equilibrium between forces that could tear apart reality itself if left unchecked. Master K2 speaks of his early training with a voice that carries the weight of 10,000 lifetimes, each memory layered with experiences that span eras of galactic history. In those days, a student's education began not with meditation or combat forms, but with a pilgrimage to each of Tython's 9 sacred sites, a journey that could take decades to complete and which many initiates did not survive. The pilgrimage was designed not just to teach specific techniques, but to fundamentally reshape the student's understanding of their place in the cosmic order. The first stop was always Akar Kesh, the Temple of Balance, where initiates learned to sense the ebb and flow of force energy within themselves and the world around them. Here, beneath crystalline domes that amplified even the faintest force sensitivity to overwhelming levels, young Jedi learned to recognize the precise moment when their emotions began to tip toward light or dark. This recognition was not academic but visceral, as students who failed to maintain balance would find themselves physically ejected from the temple by its automated defense systems, sometimes with enough force to cause serious injury. The training methods used at Akar Kesh were unlike anything that would develop in later millennia. Students practiced lightsaber combat while maintaining perfect emotional neutrality, a discipline so demanding that most initiates required years just to ignite their weapons without being consumed by either passion or detachment. They learned to channel force lightning without hatred, drawing on the raw energy of cosmic storms while maintaining the compassion necessary to ensure their power served creation rather than destruction. Perhaps most remarkably, they mastered healing techniques without attachment to outcomes, learning to restore life and health while accepting that death and suffering were equally valid aspects of the cosmic balance. The most advanced students practiced what the Jedi called shadow dancing, a meditation technique so dangerous that it was only taught to those who had already spent decades perfecting their balance. Shadow dancers would deliberately invoke the darkest emotions imaginable: anger, fear, hatred, jealousy, grief, allowing these feelings to fill their consciousness completely, while simultaneously maintaining perfect awareness of their connection to light and compassion. The goal was to experience the full spectrum of emotional possibility without being controlled by any single feeling, creating a kind of emotional mastery that enhanced their connection to the Force beyond anything either pure light or pure dark could achieve. Master K2 describes shadow dancing sessions that lasted for months, with participants entering trance states so deep that their bodies required constant care from other Jedi to prevent death from dehydration or starvation. During these extended meditations, Practitioners reported experiencing the memories and emotions of every living being connected to the Force, from the birth cries of newborns to the final thoughts of the dying, from the joy of lovers to the rage of warriors, all simultaneously and without losing their sense of individual identity. The Jedi understood that the Force itself was not inherently good or evil, but a cosmic energy that reflected the emotional and spiritual state of its wielder. While amplifying those states to dangerous levels, they taught that the concepts of light and dark side were artificial constructs created by beings who lacked the discipline to maintain balance, oversimplifications that missed the true complexity of cosmic energy. In their view, the Force simply was, like gravity or electromagnetism, a fundamental aspect of reality that could be used constructively or destructively depending on the wisdom and restraint of its user. Their society reflected this philosophy in every detail, from the architecture of their cities to the organization of their government. Jedi settlements were built according to geometric principles that maintained energetic balance, with structures designed to channel and harmonize conflicting force currents that would otherwise create the violent storms that periodically ravaged Tython's surface. The buildings themselves were grown rather than constructed, cultivated from living crystal that responded to the emotional states of their inhabitants and could reshape themselves to maintain optimal force flow. The population was organized not around hierarchies of power, but around complementary roles that supported the greater equilibrium. Warriors balanced scholars, ensuring that knowledge was tempered by practical experience and that strength was guided by wisdom. Healers balanced alchemists, with those who preserved life working alongside those who studied death and transformation. Contemplatives balanced explorers with meditative masters, providing stability for those who pushed the boundaries of known reality. Each group served as a counterweight to prevent any single philosophy or approach from dominating Jedi society. The most remarkable aspect of Jedi civilization was their system of self-regulation, a planetary-scale mechanism that used Tython's force sensitivity to monitor the spiritual health of the entire population. When a member of their order began to lean too heavily toward either light or dark, the force storms that constantly raged across Tython's surface would intensify in direct proportion to the imbalance. These storms served as a planetary early warning system, allowing the Jedi to identify potential problems before they became serious threats to cosmic stability. Those who had lost their balance would voluntarily exile themselves to one of Tython's moons until they could restore their equilibrium, a process that could take years or even decades depending on the severity of their imbalance. Light-leaning Jedi would meditate in the dark caves of Bogan, surrounded by crystals that amplified negative emotions and forced them to confront the aspects of themselves they had been avoiding. Those who had embraced too much darkness would retreat to the luminous spires of Ashla, where intense exposure to light side energy would gradually burn away their accumulated negativity. This system of voluntary exile and restoration worked flawlessly for over 10,000 years, an unprecedented period of stability that allowed Jedi civilization to achieve wonders that would be considered impossible by later standards. They developed technologies that merged science and force manipulation so seamlessly that the distinction became meaningless, creating tools and techniques that operated on principles that modern scientists would classify as magic. Their starships were grown rather than built, cultivated from living crystal that responded to the pilot's emotional state and could repair itself by drawing energy directly from hyperspace. Navigation was accomplished not through computers but through force users who could sense the currents of cosmic energy that flowed between star systems. Their cities existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, allowing them to house massive populations in spaces that appeared no larger than small towns to outside observers. Buildings would phase in and out of normal space-time depending on the needs of their inhabitants, with some structures existing primarily in hyperspace while maintaining anchor points in normal reality. This dimensional architecture allowed the Jedi to create living spaces that were perfectly adapted to each individual's force sensitivity, with rooms that could amplify or dampen psychic abilities as needed. Master K2's memories of this era are filled with images that defy comprehension even after 25,000 years of reflection. Jedi architects who could reshape matter at the molecular level through pure will, creating buildings that existed in perfect harmony with their environment while serving purposes that transcended physical function. Healers who could cure diseases by rebalancing the patient's connection to the Force, treating not just symptoms but the spiritual imbalances that caused physical ailments. Explorers who could travel between star systems without starships, using techniques that allowed them to step through hyperspace itself as easily as walking from one room to another. But perhaps the most extraordinary achievement of Jedi civilization was their approach to conflict resolution, a system so effective that it eliminated not just war, but most forms of serious disagreement from their society. They developed what they called the Great Balance, a force technique that created perfect empathy between opposing parties by temporarily merging their consciousness. Conflicts were resolved not through debate or combat, but through a kind of forced perspective sharing that allowed each side to literally experience the situation from their opponent's point of view. The Great Balance technique required master-level skill to perform safely, as the temporary consciousness merger could result in permanent psychological damage if not carefully controlled. Practitioners would create a three-way force bond between themselves and the conflicting parties, using their own balanced state as a stabilizing influence while allowing the disputants to experience each other's emotions and motivations directly. This process was so intense that most conflicts were resolved within minutes, as it became impossible to maintain hatred or misunderstanding for someone whose deepest thoughts and feelings you had directly experienced. This technique was so effective that major wars became virtually impossible within Jedi space, as any group contemplating violence would be required to undergo the Great Balance process before being allowed to proceed. The few conflicts that did arise were typically resolved before they could escalate beyond minor disagreements, creating a level of social harmony that had never been achieved before or since in galactic history. The Jedi also maintained extensive contact with other Force-sensitive species throughout the galaxy, serving as teachers and guides for civilizations that were just beginning to discover their own connection to the cosmic energy. They established what they called beacon worlds, planets where Jedi Masters would live among alien populations for decades or centuries, sharing their knowledge while learning from the unique perspectives that different species brought to Force philosophy. These exchanges enriched Jedi understanding immeasurably as they discovered that each species' physiology and psychology created subtly different relationships with the Force that could reveal new aspects of cosmic truth. Master Ketu speaks with particular fondness of the Rakata, an aquatic species whose connection to the Force was filtered through their ability to perceive electromagnetic fields generated by living beings. The Rakata taught the Jedi techniques for sensing the emotional states of entire populations, allowing them to detect and address social problems before they could destabilize large communities. In return, the Jedi shared their methods for maintaining individual balance within group consciousness, helping the Rakata avoid the hive mind tendencies that threatened their species' development of individual identity. Similar exchanges took place with dozens of other species, creating a galactic network of Force users who maintained their own unique traditions while contributing to a greater understanding of the cosmic energy that connected all living things. The Jedi served as coordinators for this network, using their balanced perspective to help different Force traditions communicate and learn from each other without imposing their own philosophy on others. Yet even in recounting these golden memories, Master Ketu's voice carries undertones of the tragedy to come. The Jedi philosophy, for all its wisdom and sophistication, contained the seeds of its own destruction in its very perfection. The very success of their balanced approach created a kind of spiritual stagnation, a sense that they had achieved ultimate truth and no longer needed to grow or evolve. This complacency made them vulnerable to challenges they could not anticipate and left them unprepared for the crisis that would ultimately destroy everything they had built. Master Ketu's ethereal form trembles as we approach the most painful chapter in his vast memory, the 25,805th year before Yavin, when the philosophical differences that had been simmering within Jedi society for generations finally erupted into open conflict that would reshape the nature of the Force itself. The Force Wars, as they would come to be known by future historians, represented not just the end of an era, but the fundamental transformation of how conscious beings would relate to the cosmic energy that flows through all living things, turning cooperation into eternal conflict and wisdom into dogma. The crisis began with what seemed like a minor theological dispute in the archives of Akarkesh, where a brilliant young Jedi philosopher named Daigon Locke had spent the better part of 3 decades studying ancient texts recovered from the deepest vaults beneath Tython's surface. These documents predated even the earliest Jedi teachings by thousands of years, written in languages so archaic that their translation required Force-enhanced intuition rather than conventional scholarship. Locke's research had led him into forbidden areas of the archives, chambers sealed since the founding of the Jedi Order and protected by warning systems that discouraged all but the most determined scholars. What Locke discovered in those forgotten vaults challenged everything the Jedi believed about their own history and the nature of the Force itself. The ancient records spoke of a time before the philosophy of balance, when Force users throughout the galaxy had achieved remarkable feats by fully embracing single aspects of the cosmic energy, rather than trying to maintain equilibrium between them. These pre-Jedi Force wielders had created civilizations that dwarfed anything in recorded history, built technologies that manipulated the fundamental forces of reality, and achieved levels of personal power that made even the greatest Jedi Masters seem like children playing with forces beyond their comprehension. But the records also told of the ultimate fate of these ancient civilizations, how their single-minded pursuit of either light or dark had led to catastrophic wars that had devastated entire sectors of the galaxy and left wounds in space-time that persisted for millennia. The Jedi philosophy of balance, according to these texts, had been developed not as the ultimate truth about the Force, but as a desperate emergency measure designed to prevent the repetition of these ancient catastrophes. The founders of the Jedi Order had recognized that neither pure light nor pure dark approaches to the Force were sustainable in the long term, and had created their balanced philosophy as a kind of philosophical ceasefire that would allow galactic civilization to recover from the devastating wars of previous eras. Locke's interpretation of these discoveries, however, differed radically from what their original authors had intended. Rather than seeing balance as a wise compromise born from hard-learned experience, he viewed it as a betrayal of the Force's true nature and a limitation on the potential of Force users. In his mind, the ancient cycles of conflict were not problems to be solved, but natural expressions of cosmic truth, the way the universe maintained its own balance through dynamic tension rather than static equilibrium. The Jedi, in his view, had disrupted this natural order by imposing their artificial balance, creating a kind of spiritual stagnation that prevented the galaxy from achieving its true potential. His theories began to gain support among younger Jedi who had grown restless with the constraints of traditional philosophy, particularly those who felt that the Order's emphasis on moderation and restraint was preventing them from fully exploring their connection to the Force. These dissidents formed what they called the Order of the Flame, dedicated to exploring the full potential of what they termed focused Force mastery, the idea that true power came from complete commitment to a single aspect of the cosmic energy, rather than the half measures imposed by balanced philosophy. Their early experiments were conducted in secret, in hidden chambers carved deep beneath Tython's surface, where the planet's natural force sensitivity could not detect their activities, and trigger the warning storms that had regulated Jedi behavior for millennia. They developed techniques that pushed far beyond the traditional boundaries of Jedi practice, learning to channel emotions like anger and passion not as temporary tools to be carefully controlled, but as permanent states of being that could enhance their connection to the Force beyond anything the balanced approach could achieve. The results of these experiments were both remarkable and terrifying to those who witnessed them. Jedi, who fully embraced the passionate aspects of the Force, discovered they could achieve feats of power that dwarfed anything in recorded history. They could manipulate matter at the subatomic level, reshaping the fundamental structure of reality according to their will. They could travel instantly across vast distances by folding space-time itself, moving from one end of a star system to another in the space between heartbeats. Most remarkably, they could peer through time itself, witnessing events in the distant past or future with perfect clarity, and even in some cases making subtle alterations to the timeline that would affect future events. But these abilities came at a cost that became apparent only gradually as practitioners began to lose their capacity for emotional restraint and moral judgment. The same passion that enhanced their Force abilities also consumed their ability to think clearly about the consequences of their actions. They became increasingly impulsive and aggressive, unable to consider the long-term effects of their decisions or to empathize with those who might be harmed by their pursuit of power. Master Ketu remembers visiting one of their secret training facilities and being horrified by what he found: former colleagues transformed into beings whose eyes burned with an inner fire that made direct eye contact painful, their voices distorted by the constant flow of dark side energy through their vocal cords. Meanwhile, another faction had emerged in response to Locke's theories, led by a master named Rajivari, who had reached the opposite conclusion from studying the same ancient texts. If the Force truly consisted of opposing energies that achieved maximum power in their pure forms, he argued, then the path to enlightenment lay not in embracing passion, but in achieving perfect detachment from all emotion and desire. His followers, who called themselves the Order of the Dawn, pursued a form of Force mastery based on absolute selflessness and complete surrender to what they perceived as the Force's guiding will. The Order of the Dawn's practitioners achieved their own remarkable abilities through their extreme dedication to selfless service and emotional detachment. They developed techniques for healing that could restore life to the recently deceased, drawing on their complete freedom from attachment to manipulate the boundary between life and death itself. They created shields of pure Force energy that could protect entire cities from natural disasters or enemy attacks, maintained through meditation so deep that the practitioners seemed to become one with the cosmic energy they wielded. Most impressively, they achieved states of consciousness that allowed them to communicate directly with the Force itself as if it were a sentient entity, receiving guidance and knowledge that no individual mind could have discovered on its own. But like their counterparts in the Order of the Flame, the Dawn practitioners paid a price for their enhanced abilities. Their pursuit of perfect detachment gradually eroded their connection to individual identity and human emotion until they became more like living extensions of the Force than independent beings. Master Ketu describes conversations with Dawn Masters who spoke in harmonious chorus, their individual personalities so subsumed into group consciousness that it became impossible to determine which specific person was speaking. They lost the ability to make personal decisions or form individual relationships, becoming increasingly isolated from the very people they sought to serve. Master Ketu's voice grows heavy with sorrow as he recounts the growing tension between these factions and the traditional Jedi, who found themselves caught in the middle. Attempts at reconciliation only made the situation worse, as both the Order of the Flame and the Order of the Dawn had moved so far from traditional Jedi philosophy that meaningful dialogue became impossible. The Flame practitioners dismissed the traditional approach as cowardly and limiting, while the Dawn followers viewed it as selfish and spiritually immature. Both groups began to actively recruit from the traditional Jedi, creating schisms within families and training groups that had maintained unity for thousands of years. The crisis reached its breaking point when Dagon Locke made a discovery that changed everything and set the stage for the most devastating conflict in galactic history. In the deepest vaults beneath Akar-Kesh, protected by security measures that had required him years to circumvent, he found what appeared to be a complete record of pre-Jedi galactic history, including detailed accounts of civilizations that had risen and fallen based on their approach to Force mastery. The records were stored in crystalline matrices that could only be accessed by Force users, and their contents were so vast that Locke required months of continuous meditation to absorb even a fraction of the information they contained. The picture that emerged from these ancient records was both fascinating and horrifying. The galaxy had undergone countless cycles of conflict between Force users who embraced opposing philosophies, with each cycle lasting thousands of years and ending in catastrophic wars that devastated entire star systems and wiped out advanced civilizations. The pattern was always the same: periods of growth and discovery followed by philosophical schisms that led to increasingly destructive conflicts until the survivors were forced to start over from scratch. The Jedi philosophy of balance had been developed as an attempt to break this cycle, but according to the records, even this approach was temporary, lasting only until new generations arose who questioned its fundamental assumptions. Locke's interpretation of this historical pattern was that it represented not a flaw to be corrected, but the natural order of the universe itself. In his view, the galaxy was meant to be shaped by the struggle between opposing Force philosophies, with each cycle of conflict serving to advance the evolution of conscious beings toward higher levels of power and understanding. The Jedi had disrupted this natural progression by imposing their artificial balance, creating a period of stagnation that prevented the galaxy from achieving its next evolutionary step. His revelations split Jedi society completely and irreparably. The Order of the Flame embraced Locke's interpretation enthusiastically, arguing that it was time to end the stagnation of the balanced approach and return to the galaxy's natural state of dynamic conflict. They began to see themselves not as rebels against Jedi authority, but as the rightful inheritors of an ancient tradition that predated the balanced philosophy by millennia. The Order of the Dawn reached the opposite conclusion, believing that the ancient records proved the necessity of transcending all conflict through perfect surrender to the Force's will. They viewed the historical cycle of destruction as evidence that any approach based on individual will and desire was doomed to failure. The traditional Jedi desperately tried to maintain their middle path, arguing that the ancient records proved the wisdom of balance rather than its futility. They pointed out that the cycle of destruction had been broken for over 10,000 years through their approach, and that abandoning balance now would inevitably lead to the same catastrophes that had destroyed previous civilizations. But their arguments fell on deaf ears as their own students and masters were increasingly drawn to one extreme or the other, unable to resist the allure of the enhanced powers promised by both the Flame and Dawn philosophies. The actual fighting began almost by accident, triggered by what should have been a routine philosophical debate in the Great Chamber of Akar-Kesh. A discussion about the interpretation of the ancient texts escalated when members of the Order of the Flame accused the Order of the Dawn of being too spiritually weak to handle the truth about the Force's nature, while the Dawn members responded that the Flame practitioners had been corrupted by their embrace of passion and could no longer think clearly about cosmic truth. What started as a heated argument became a physical confrontation when someone, the records are unclear who, ignited a Force weapon in anger, and within minutes the chamber was filled with energies that no Jedi temple had ever been designed to contain. The battle that followed was unlike anything in recorded galactic history, a conflict fought with powers that could reshape reality itself and weapons that operated on principles beyond conventional understanding. Traditional warfare involves physical weapons and conventional tactics, but the Force Wars were fought with abilities that challenged the fundamental laws of physics and threatened the stability of space-time itself. Master Ketu's voice becomes distant and haunted as we follow the dark ships of the exiled Order of the Flame into the unknown regions, where they would discover something that would transform them from failed philosophers into the galaxy's greatest threat. The year was 28,000 before Yavin, and the broken remnants of what had once been Tython's most passionate defenders drifted through uncharted space, their ships damaged by the final battles of the Force Wars, their spirits crushed by defeat, and their connection to the Force twisted by years of embracing emotions that no conscious being was meant to sustain indefinitely. The exile fleet consisted of nearly 200 vessels of various sizes, from massive temple ships that had once served as mobile centers of learning to small personal craft belonging to individual masters who had chosen to follow Dagon Locke into the galactic wilderness. These ships bore the scars of their desperate flight from Tython, hull breaches hastily sealed with force-welded metal, crystal matrices cracked from overuse, and life support systems pushed far beyond their designed limits. Most tragically, they carried nearly 50,000 Jedi of all ranks and ages, from ancient masters whose wisdom spanned centuries to children who had known no life other than the balanced ways of their ancestors. The journey through the unknown regions was a nightmare that lasted for over a century as the exiles struggled to find a new home while their resources dwindled and their ships began to fail one by one. They encountered stellar phenomena that defied explanation, regions of space where the Force itself seemed to flow in alien patterns that made navigation impossible and meditation dangerous. Some ships simply vanished without explanation, swallowed by hyperspace anomalies or consumed by entities that existed in the spaces between stars. Others suffered catastrophic system failures that forced their crews to abandon ship, leading to overcrowding on the remaining vessels and the gradual breakdown of the social order that had held the exile community together. Master Ketu's memories of this period are fragmentary and painful, filtered through the experiences of those few traditional Jedi who had chosen exile rather than remain on Tython to watch their order transform into something unrecognizable. He speaks of the gradual deterioration of the exiles' commitment to any form of balance, as the harsh realities of survival in hostile space forced them to embrace ever more extreme measures to keep their community alive. The techniques they had developed for channeling passion and emotion, originally intended as tools for enhancing their connection to the Force, became desperate weapons for fighting off the madness and despair that threatened to consume them all. The transformation was not sudden but gradual, a slow corruption that took place over generations as the exiles adapted to their harsh new reality. Children born during the journey knew nothing of the balanced philosophy that had once defined Jedi civilization, raised instead on stories of betrayal and abandonment that painted their former colleagues as weak cowards who had lacked the courage to embrace their true potential. These new generations were taught to channel their anger and resentment as sources of strength, to view compassion and mercy as luxuries that the exiles could not afford, and to see the Force itself as a tool to be wielded rather than a cosmic principle to be respected. The ships themselves began to reflect this philosophical transformation as the exiles modified their vessels to better channel the dark side energies they now embraced without reservation. The living crystal matrices that had once responded to balanced emotions were gradually replaced with synthetic alternatives that could handle the violent fluctuations of pure passion and hatred. Meditation chambers were converted into training facilities where young exiles learned to fight with a savagery that would have horrified their ancestors, while the libraries and archives that had once preserved Jedi wisdom were slowly purged of any texts that promoted moderation or restraint. It was during the 3rd century of exile that the fleet finally discovered what would become their new home, a star system so remote and hostile that no previous expedition had ever bothered to explore it thoroughly. The primary world was a desert planet covered in red sand and marked by frequent dust storms, with a thin atmosphere that made breathing difficult and a harsh climate that killed the weak and strengthened the survivors. But what made this world truly significant was not its physical characteristics but its connection to the Force, a connection so strong and so thoroughly saturated with dark side energy that merely entering the system caused sensitive individuals to experience visions of power and domination. The planet was called Korriban by its primitive inhabitants, the Sith species, a humanoid race that had developed a crude civilization based on constant warfare between competing tribes and clans. The Sith were physically powerful but technologically backward, wielding bronze weapons and practicing a form of alchemy that used blood sacrifice and ritual combat to manipulate the Force in ways that violated every principle the Jedi had once held sacred. Their society was built around the worship of dark side entities they called the Sith Ari, ancient beings of immense power whose influence could be felt in every aspect of Sith culture. When the exile fleet arrived in the Korriban system, the Sith initially attacked the strange vessels with their primitive spacecraft, crude fighters and bombers that posed no real threat to ships designed by Jedi engineers. But the exiles, now calling themselves the Dark Jedi to distinguish themselves from their former colleagues, quickly realized that the planet below offered them something far more valuable than conquest. Here was a world where their embraced philosophy of passion and power was not seen as corruption but as natural law, where the very environment reinforced their belief that strength was the only virtue that mattered. The first Dark Jedi to land on Korriban were overwhelmed by the planet's Force signature, a constant background hum of dark side energy that made their enhanced abilities feel like natural extensions of their will rather than dangerous tools to be carefully controlled. They found themselves able to perform feats that had required intense concentration back in exile, manipulating matter and energy with casual ease while drawing on reserves of power they had never known they possessed. The red sands of Korriban seemed to respond to their presence, shifting and flowing in patterns that revealed hidden meanings and ancient secrets. More importantly, they discovered that the primitive Sith were naturally Force-sensitive, though their abilities had been channeled through ritual and superstition rather than the sophisticated techniques developed by more advanced civilizations. The Dark Jedi recognized an opportunity that was almost too perfect to believe, a chance to create a new order that combined their advanced knowledge with the raw power and ruthless philosophy of the Sith homeworld. They would not conquer the Sith but join with them, creating a hybrid civilization that embodied the best of both traditions while discarding the weaknesses that had led to their exile. The integration process began slowly and carefully, as the Dark Jedi used their superior technology and Force abilities to establish themselves as gods among the Sith tribes. They demonstrated powers that the primitive aliens had never imagined possible, reshaping the landscape with casual gestures, healing mortal wounds with a touch, and most impressively, raising the dead to serve as undying warriors. The Sith, who had always believed that strength was the measure of divine favor, immediately recognized the newcomers as superior beings worthy of worship and obedience. But the Dark Jedi were careful not to simply impose their will through Force alone. They studied Sith culture intensively, learning the complex rituals and traditions that governed tribal warfare, understanding the religious beliefs that gave meaning to Sith existence, and mastering the crude alchemy that had allowed the primitives to achieve their limited connection to the Force. They discovered that Sith society was built around concepts that aligned perfectly with their own evolved philosophy, the idea that power should flow to those strong enough to seize it, that compassion and mercy were signs of weakness, and that the universe itself favored those willing to do whatever was necessary to achieve their goals. The Dark Jedi began to intermarry with the Sith nobility, creating a new generation that combined the technological sophistication of the exiles with the natural Force sensitivity and ruthless pragmatism of the native species. These hybrid offspring proved to be remarkably powerful, able to channel dark side energy with an ease that surpassed even their Dark Jedi parents, while maintaining enough intelligence and self-control to avoid the self-destructive tendencies that had plagued previous dark side practitioners. They became the foundation of a new aristocracy that would eventually rule over both species. Master K2's voice grows heavy with foreboding as he describes the establishment of the first Sith academies, training facilities where the hybrid offspring learned to combine Jedi techniques with Sith alchemy to create forms of Force mastery that had never been seen before. These new practitioners could animate dead tissue to create undying servants, transmute base metals into substances harder than any known material, and most terrifyingly, manipulate the life force itself to extend their own existence far beyond natural limits. They learned to feed on the fear and suffering of others, drawing strength from negative emotions in ways that made them stronger with each act of cruelty. The first generation of true Sith Lords emerged from these academies after decades of training that would have killed weaker beings, masters of the dark side, who embodied the fusion of advanced technique with primitive savagery that made them uniquely dangerous. They took names that reflected their new philosophy, abandoning the balanced nomenclature of their Jedi heritage in favor of titles that emphasized their embrace of power and dominion. Ajunta Pol, the exile's heart, who had been among the first to land on Korriban and who now ruled over the largest tribe through a combination of fear and respect. Remulus Draper, the infinite emperor, whose experiments in life extension had made him effectively immortal and whose cruelty had become legendary even among the Sith. Ezoa Xan, the triumphant, whose mastery of Sith alchemy had allowed her to create monsters and weapons that defied natural law. These early Sith Lords established a new form of government that combined the hierarchical structure of Jedi society with the brutal competition of Sith tribal warfare. Power flowed to those strong enough to seize it and wise enough to hold it, with advancement possible only through demonstrating superior force or cunning. The weak were enslaved or eliminated, while the strong were elevated to positions of authority where they could contribute to the growing power of the Sith Empire. It was a system designed to constantly test and refine its members, ensuring that only the most capable and ruthless individuals could rise to positions of real influence. The transformation of Korriban itself reflected the growing power and sophistication of its new rulers. The primitive villages of the original Sith were gradually replaced by massive temple complexes that served as both training facilities and monuments to dark side power. These structures were built using a combination of traditional construction techniques and force manipulation, resulting in architecture that seemed to defy physical laws while radiating an aura of menace that could be felt from orbit. The temples were designed not just to house the Sith Lords and their followers, but to channel and amplify the planet's dark side energy, creating focal points where the most advanced practitioners could perform rituals and experiments that would have been impossible elsewhere. The Valley of the Dark Lords became the heart of this new civilization, a canyon carved with massive tombs that served as both burial sites and temples for the most powerful Sith Lords. These structures were works of art and engineering that incorporated elements of both Jedi crystal technology and Sith blood alchemy, creating monuments that would preserve their builders' consciousness and knowledge for thousands of years. The tombs were designed to be both fortresses and training grounds, filled with deadly traps and guardian creatures that would test anyone brave or foolish enough to seek the secrets hidden within. But perhaps the most significant development during this period was the creation of the first Sith holocrons, crystalline storage devices that preserved not just information but the actual consciousness and personality of their creators. Unlike the balanced and educational holocrons of the Jedi, these devices were designed to corrupt and seduce anyone who accessed them, spreading Sith philosophy and techniques to future generations while ensuring that the knowledge of the dark side would never be lost. The holocrons became the foundation of Sith education, allowing each new generation to learn directly from the masters of the past while adding their own discoveries to the growing body of dark side knowledge. The Sith Empire that emerged from this fusion of cultures was unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. A civilization that combined advanced technology with primitive savagery, sophisticated philosophy with brutal pragmatism. and most dangerously, the accumulated wisdom of the Jedi. With the relentless ambition of a species that had never known peace, they began to expand beyond Korriban, conquering nearby star systems and enslaving their populations, building a network of worlds that served as sources of slaves, resources, and test subjects for their ongoing experiments in dark side mastery. As Master K2's memories bring us to the end of this transformative period, his voice carries a note of terrible certainty about what is to come. The Sith Empire had been born not through conquest or natural evolution, but through the marriage of the galaxy's greatest knowledge with its darkest impulses. In the unknown regions hidden from the peaceful worlds of the Republic, a new kind of threat was growing, one that would eventually emerge to challenge everything the galaxy thought it knew about the nature of power and the price of wisdom. The exiles who had once sought to enhance their connection to the Force had instead created something that would haunt the galaxy for millennia to come. Master K2's consciousness grows heavy with dread as we approach the year 5000 before Yavin, when the galaxy's long period of peace and prosperity would be shattered by first contact with the hidden Sith Empire that had been growing in strength and malevolence for over 20,000 years. The Hyperspace War, as it would come to be known, marked the beginning of a conflict that would define galactic civilization for millennia to come, introducing concepts of warfare and destruction that the peaceful Republic had never imagined possible, and revealing the terrible price of the choices made during the ancient Force Wars on Tython. The catalyst for this cosmic disaster came in the form of two young hyperspace explorers, siblings named Gav and Jory Daragon, whose ambition far exceeded their common sense, and whose accidental discovery would doom billions of beings to death and suffering. The Daragons were freelance navigators operating out of the Empress Teta system, desperately trying to make their fortune by discovering new hyperspace routes that could be sold to Republic merchant guilds. They flew an outdated ship called the Starbreaker 12, a vessel so heavily modified and poorly maintained that it was barely spaceworthy, held together by spare parts, determination, and the kind of reckless optimism that characterizes those who make their living on the edges of known space. Their fateful journey began as a routine mapping expedition to chart potential routes through a region of space that Republic cartographers had marked as too dangerous for safe passage. The Daragons had convinced themselves that the warnings were overly cautious, designed to discourage competition from other explorers, and that their superior skills and intimate knowledge of their ship's capabilities would allow them to succeed where others had failed. They were wrong on every count, but their miscalculation would have consequences that extended far beyond their own lives and fortunes. What the Daragons did not know was that the region they were attempting to navigate contained one of the carefully hidden hyperspace routes that connected the Sith Empire to the rest of the galaxy, passages that had been deliberately concealed and protected by Sith sorcery for thousands of years. These routes were not marked on any Republic charts because they had been specifically designed to be undetectable by conventional navigation methods, accessible only to those who understood the dark side techniques needed to perceive the subtle force currents that guided ships through what appeared to be impossible astronomical configurations. The Starbreaker 12's navigation computer suffered a critical malfunction while attempting to plot a course through what the Daragons thought was empty space, causing the ship to drop out of hyperspace in a completely unknown star system that glowed with an ominous red light that seemed to penetrate the ship's hull and fill its corridors with an atmosphere of barely contained menace. The siblings found themselves orbiting a world that was clearly inhabited, but unlike anything in Republic space, covered with massive temples and cities that radiated dark side energy so intensely that even non-force sensitives could feel its oppressive weight. This was Zeost, one of the core worlds of the Sith Empire, and home to the Dark Council that ruled over thousands of star systems from the shadows of the unknown regions. The planet's surface was dominated by architectural marvels that combined the technological sophistication inherited from the ancient Jedi with the brutal aesthetic preferences of Sith culture, resulting in structures that were both beautiful and terrifying, designed to inspire awe and fear in equal measure. Massive pyramids housed training academies where young Sith learned to channel their hatred into power, while sprawling palace complexes served as the seats of government for lords whose authority was measured in the suffering of their subjects. The arrival of the Republic vessel did not go unnoticed by the planet's inhabitants, who had been monitoring hyperspace traffic in their region for centuries without detecting any sign that the broader galaxy had developed the technology necessary to navigate the hidden routes. The Sith Empire's intelligence networks had maintained careful watch over Republic space, using techniques that combined advanced technology with dark side divination to track the political and military developments of potential enemies. They knew that the Republic had grown complacent during its long period of peace, that its military forces were designed primarily for peacekeeping rather than serious warfare, and that its Jedi Guardians had become more focused on philosophical contemplation than combat training. The Dark Council convened an emergency session to debate the implications of this unexpected contact, gathering in a chamber carved from black stone that amplified their dark side abilities while protecting their deliberations from any possible surveillance. The council consisted of 12 of the most powerful Sith Lords in the Empire, beings whose mastery of the Force was matched only by their skill at political intrigue and their ruthless determination to advance their own interests. Each member controlled vast territories and commanded armies of Sith warriors, Massassi troops, and enslaved alien species that had been conquered during the Empire's expansion through the unknown regions. The debate that followed would determine the fate of the galaxy, though the council members were more concerned with their own ambitions than with the broader implications of their decisions. Some argued for immediate invasion, seeing the Republic's apparent weakness as an opportunity to seize control of resources and territory that would greatly enhance the Empire's power. Others counseled patience, suggesting that more intelligence should be gathered before committing to such a massive undertaking. A few, mindful of the ancient records that spoke of previous conflicts between Force-using civilizations, worried that a war with the Republic might escalate beyond anyone's ability to control. The deciding voice belonged to Naga Sadow, a relatively young Sith Lord whose ambition was matched only by his cunning and his willingness to take risks that more cautious leaders would avoid. Sadow had risen to prominence through a combination of political skill and raw power that impressed even his peers on the Dark Council, and he had been seeking an opportunity to demonstrate his fitness for supreme leadership of the Empire. The appearance of the Republic explorers provided exactly the catalyst he needed to launch the kind of grand campaign that would either elevate him to unprecedented heights or destroy him completely. Sadow's plan was elegant in its simplicity and terrifying in its scope. He would use the Darrigan siblings as unwitting agents to gather intelligence about Republic defenses and capabilities, manipulating them through a combination of psychological pressure and dark side influence to serve his purposes without their knowledge. Once he had sufficient information about enemy weaknesses, he would launch a surprise attack designed to cripple the Republic's ability to resist before beginning a systematic conquest that would bring the entire galaxy under Sith rule. The implementation of this plan required a level of deception and manipulation that demonstrated the sophistication of Sith political technique. Sadow arranged for Gav Darrigan to be separated from his sister and gradually corrupted through exposure to Sith teachings and dark side artifacts, while Jory was allowed to escape with false information designed to create panic and confusion among Republic leaders. The corruption of Gav was a masterpiece of psychological warfare, as Sadow gradually introduced him to concepts and techniques that seemed reasonable and beneficial, while slowly eroding his moral foundations and his connection to the light side of the Force. Gav's transformation from an innocent Republic explorer into a willing servant of the Sith Empire illustrated the seductive power of dark side philosophy when properly applied by a master manipulator. Sado convinced him that the Republic's peaceful approach to galactic governance was naive and ultimately harmful, that true stability could only be achieved through the application of superior force by those wise and strong enough to wield it responsibly. He demonstrated the limitations of Republic technology compared to Sith innovations, showed him historical records that portrayed previous conflicts as resulting from Republic weakness rather than Sith aggression, and gradually introduced him to Force techniques that enhanced his abilities in ways that seemed to validate everything he was being taught. Meanwhile, Jory's escape was carefully orchestrated to ensure that she would carry back to Republic space exactly the information that Sado wanted Republic leaders to receive. She was allowed to witness demonstrations of Sith military power that were impressive but not comprehensive, given access to intelligence about Empire capabilities that was accurate but incomplete, and provided with strategic information that would lead Republic forces to make tactical decisions that would play directly into Sith plans. Her genuine terror and desperation made her a perfect messenger, as her obvious sincerity would overcome any suspicions that Republic leaders might have about the accuracy of her intelligence. The Republic's response to Jory's warnings demonstrated exactly the kind of complacent thinking that Sado had counted on when developing his strategy. The Senate debated endlessly about the appropriate response to this unexpected threat, with some members questioning whether the Sith Empire even existed or whether the whole story might be an elaborate hoax designed to manipulate Republic policy. The Jedi Council was equally divided, with some masters arguing for immediate military preparation, while others insisted that negotiation and diplomacy were more appropriate responses to what might simply be a misunderstanding between different galactic cultures. This political paralysis gave Sado the time he needed to complete his preparations for invasion, mobilizing fleets and armies that had been building their strength in secret for thousands of years. The Sith military was unlike anything the Republic had ever encountered, combining advanced technology with dark side enhancements that made their weapons and warriors far more effective than conventional forces. Sith starships were powered by reactors that drew energy directly from the dark side, making them faster and more maneuverable than Republic vessels, while providing power for weapon systems that could devastate entire cities with single shots. The Sith ground forces were equally formidable, consisting of professional warriors who had been trained from childhood in combat techniques that combined traditional military skills with force-enhanced abilities. The Massassi troops served as elite shock forces, beings who had been genetically and alchemically modified to serve as perfect soldiers, stronger and more resilient than normal humanoids, while retaining enough intelligence to follow complex orders and adapt to changing battlefield conditions. Supporting these forces were war machines created through Sith alchemy, vehicles and weapons that seemed to be alive and that drew their power from the suffering and fear of their enemies. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Sith invasion force was the Sith Lords themselves, masters of the dark side, whose individual power rivaled entire Republic military units. These beings could manipulate the battlefield through force techniques that turned natural phenomena into weapons, creating storms and earthquakes that devastated enemy positions while leaving their own forces untouched. They could drain the life force from enemy soldiers to heal their own wounds and enhance their abilities, turning the very act of combat into a source of power that made them stronger as battles progressed. The invasion itself began with simultaneous attacks on multiple Republic worlds, a coordinated assault that demonstrated the Empire's sophisticated intelligence capabilities and strategic planning. Sith fleets emerged from hyperspace without warning, appearing in the skies above planets that had known nothing but peace for thousands of years, and beginning bombardments that combined conventional weapons with dark-side sorcery to create levels of destruction that conventional defenses could not counter. The initial attacks were designed not just to conquer territory, but to spread terror throughout Republic space, demonstrating to every world that the old assumptions about galactic security were no longer valid. The Republic's response was chaotic and ineffective. hampered by the lack of military preparation and the absence of unified command structures necessary for large-scale warfare. Individual worlds fought desperately to defend themselves, but their efforts were uncoordinated and ultimately futile against an enemy that had been planning and preparing for this conflict for millennia. The Republic fleet, designed primarily for peacekeeping and exploration rather than serious combat, found itself outgunned and outmaneuvered by Sith vessels that seemed to anticipate every tactical move and counter every strategic decision. The Jedi Order's initial attempts to resist the invasion were brave but tragically inadequate, as individual masters and their students faced opponents whose power had been enhanced by thousands of years of dark side study and practice. The Jedi had maintained their skills through meditation and training exercises, but they had little experience with the kind of life or death combat that was second nature to Sith warriors. Many fell in the early battles, their dedication and courage no match for enemies who fought without honor or restraint and who drew strength from the very violence they inflicted. The turning point of the war came when Republic forces, led by Jedi Master Mehmet Nadil and the Republic Navy's most capable commanders, managed to organize a coordinated counterattack that took advantage of the Sith Empire's overextension and internal political conflicts. Nagar Sado's ambitious invasion plan had required him to commit forces across a vast front while simultaneously maintaining his position within the Sith power structure, leaving him vulnerable to both external resistance and internal betrayal. The Republic's desperate defense gave his rivals the opportunity they needed to challenge his leadership, creating divisions within the Sith command structure that undermined their military effectiveness. The climactic battle took place in the Primus Golud system, where Mehmet Nadil led a desperate Republic assault against Nagar Sado's flagship, while Sado's political enemies moved to destroy him from within. The battle demonstrated both the courage of Republic defenders and the terrible price of resisting the dark side, as Nadil sacrificed his own life to prevent Sado from using ancient Sith artifacts to destroy entire star systems. The Master's final act created a chain reaction that devastated both fleets, forcing Sado to retreat to Sith space, while the Republic was left to count the cost of its first victory against the forces of the dark side. The war's conclusion came not through decisive military victory, but through political collapse within the Sith Empire, as Sado's rivals used his defeat to justify a purge that eliminated much of the Empire's leadership and left the survivors too weakened to continue their aggressive expansion. The Republic, believing that the Sith threat had been permanently eliminated, began the long process of rebuilding while remaining largely ignorant of the true scope of the Empire they had faced and the likelihood that the conflict would eventually resume. Master Kehu's voice takes on a tone of bittersweet nostalgia as we enter the golden millennium that followed the Hyperspace War, a period from 5,000 to 4,000 years before Yavin, when the Republic experienced unprecedented growth and prosperity, believing that the Sith threat had been permanently eliminated and that the galaxy had finally achieved the lasting peace that had eluded previous civilizations. This era would come to be remembered as the height of galactic civilization, when art and science flourished under the protection of an expanded Jedi Order, when new worlds joined the Republic voluntarily rather than through conquest, and when the very concept of large-scale warfare seemed to belong to a primitive and barbaric past that enlightened beings had transcended forever. The aftermath of the Hyperspace War had left the Republic profoundly changed, not just in its military capabilities, but in its fundamental understanding of its place in the galaxy. The knowledge that hostile civilizations existed beyond the borders of known space had shattered the comfortable assumption that the Republic represented the natural and inevitable culmination of galactic evolution, forcing its leaders to confront the reality that their peaceful way of life required constant vigilance and occasional sacrifice to preserve. Yet rather than becoming militaristic or paranoid, the Republic had responded to this challenge by recommitting to the ideals that made it worth defending, using the hard-won victory over the Sith as proof that cooperation and mutual aid were stronger than tyranny and oppression. The Senate had emerged from the war with renewed purpose and legitimacy. Its previously fractious debates transformed into genuine efforts to strengthen the bonds between member worlds and extend the benefits of Republic citizenship to species and cultures that had never experienced democratic governance. The old arguments about trade disputes and territorial boundaries seemed petty in comparison to the existential threat they had just survived, leading to a period of unprecedented cooperation that allowed the passage of legislation that would have been impossible during peacetime. The Galactic Constitution was amended to provide stronger protections for minority species and individual rights, while new institutions were created to facilitate communication and commerce between worlds with radically different cultures and economic systems. Perhaps most significantly, the Senate voted to establish the Expansion Project, an ambitious program designed to bring the benefits of Republic membership to worlds throughout the galaxy, while simultaneously creating a buffer zone of allied systems that would provide early warning of any future threats from unknown space. Unlike previous expansion efforts that had been driven primarily by economic or strategic considerations, the Expansion Project was explicitly conceived as a mission of liberation and enlightenment, offering membership to any world that was willing to embrace democratic principles and respect the rights of all sentient beings. The Jedi Order had also been transformed by their experience during the Hyperspace War, evolving from a relatively small group of philosophers and peacekeepers into a galaxy-spanning organization with the resources and authority necessary to confront threats that conventional military forces could not handle. The Order's leadership had recognized that their previous approach of individual meditation and small-scale conflict resolution was inadequate for dealing with enemies who commanded vast armies and wielded powers that could devastate entire worlds, leading to fundamental changes in both Jedi training and organizational structure. The new Jedi academies that were established during this period were unlike anything that had existed since the days of the Jedi Order, massive complexes that could train thousands of students simultaneously while providing them with access to knowledge and resources that had previously been available only to the most advanced masters. The Academy on Ossus became the crown jewel of this expansion, housing the great Jedi library that contained the collected wisdom of Force users from throughout galactic history, including carefully preserved records from the ancient Jedi archives and captured Sith holocrons that were studied under the strictest security protocols. The curriculum at these academies reflected the hard-learned lessons of the Hyperspace War, balancing traditional Jedi emphasis on meditation and philosophical study with intensive training in combat techniques and strategic thinking. Students learned not just how to wield lightsabers, but how to command troops in battle, not just how to mediate disputes, but how to recognize and counter dark side manipulation, not just how to commune with the Force, but how to use their abilities to protect entire populations from threats that conventional authorities could not comprehend or combat. This expanded role for the Jedi was welcomed by most Republic citizens who had seen firsthand how conventional military forces had struggled against Sith powers and who recognized that the galaxy's continued peace depended on having guardians who could match any future dark side threat. The Jedi became symbols of Republic values and aspirations, living embodiments of the principle that great power could be wielded responsibly for the benefit of all sentient beings, rather than the aggrandizement of those who possessed it. The economic prosperity that characterized this golden age was built on foundations that had been laid during the previous millennia of peaceful development, but it was accelerated and expanded by the new technologies and trade relationships that emerged from the Republic's expansion into previously unexplored regions of the galaxy. The discovery of new hyperspace routes had opened access to worlds rich in resources that were either unknown or extremely rare in core systems, while contact with alien civilizations had led to exchanges of knowledge and technique that benefited all participants. The industrial worlds of the core systems found new markets for their manufactured goods among species that were just beginning to develop advanced technology, while agricultural worlds discovered that alien crops and livestock could thrive in previously unused environments, dramatically increasing food production throughout Republic space. Most importantly, the expansion had brought the Republic into contact with civilizations that had developed scientific and technological capabilities along completely different lines, leading to innovations that neither culture could have achieved in isolation. The medical advances of this period were particularly remarkable as Republic scientists learned to combine traditional healing techniques with alien biotechnology and force-enhanced methods to virtually eliminate disease and extend natural lifespans far beyond anything previously thought possible. The discovery of Bacter on Thyphera revolutionized trauma treatment, while the integration of force healing techniques into conventional medical practice made it possible to cure conditions that had been considered terminal for thousands of years. Perhaps most significantly, the development of mental health treatments that combined psychological therapy with gentle force manipulation eliminated many of the disorders that had previously made individuals susceptible to dark side corruption. The arts and culture of this golden age reflected the optimism and confidence that characterized Republic society, with new forms of expression emerging from the interaction between different species and traditions. The holographic entertainment industry reached new heights of sophistication, creating immersive experiences that allowed beings to explore alien worlds and historical periods with unprecedented realism. Music evolved to incorporate sonic frequencies that could be perceived by species with different auditory capabilities, leading to compositions of incredible complexity and beauty that could be appreciated by any sentient being regardless of their biological origins. Architecture during this period achieved a synthesis of form and function that has never been equaled, with buildings that served not just as shelter or workspace, but as works of art that enhanced the spiritual and emotional well-being of their inhabitants. The integration of force-sensitive crystals into structural elements allowed buildings to respond to the needs and moods of their occupants, adjusting lighting, temperature, and even spatial configurations to create optimal environments for whatever activities were taking place within them. The scientific achievements of the Golden Age laid the groundwork for technological developments that would benefit galactic civilization for millennia to come. Hyperspace theory advanced to the point where travel times between distant worlds were reduced from months to days, while improvements in communication technology made it possible to maintain real-time contact across vast distances. The development of more efficient power sources eliminated energy scarcity as a limiting factor in industrial development, while advances in materials science led to the creation of substances with properties that seemed to border on the miraculous. Perhaps most importantly, Republic scientists made significant progress in understanding the fundamental nature of the force itself, developing instruments that could detect and measure force fields with scientific precision while mapping the complex interactions between conscious intention and cosmic energy. This research was conducted in close cooperation with the Jedi Order, ensuring that new discoveries were applied in ways that served the greater good rather than the ambitions of individual researchers or corporate interests. The exploration programs of this era pushed the boundaries of known space farther than ever before, with Republic survey ships discovering thousands of new worlds and making contact with hundreds of previously unknown species. These expeditions were conducted according to strict protocols designed to minimize cultural disruption and ensure that first contact situations resulted in mutual benefit rather than exploitation or misunderstanding. The Republic's reputation for fair dealing and respect for local autonomy meant that most newly contacted worlds chose to join the alliance voluntarily, seeing membership as an opportunity for growth and development rather than a threat to their independence. The establishment of new colonies during this period followed principles that had been refined through centuries of experience, with careful attention paid to environmental sustainability and cultural preservation. Rather than simply transplanting Republic civilization to new worlds, colonists were encouraged to adapt their society to local conditions while maintaining the core values that made Republic membership meaningful. This approach led to remarkable diversity within the Republic, with member worlds developing unique cultures that enriched the broader galactic community while maintaining their connection to shared principles of democracy and individual rights. The diplomatic achievements of the Golden Age were equally impressive, as Republic negotiators succeeded in resolving conflicts that had persisted for generations while establishing peaceful relationships between species that had previously viewed each other as natural enemies. The development of sophisticated translation technologies made communication possible between beings with radically different forms of consciousness, while the establishment of neutral meeting places allowed negotiations to take place in environments that were comfortable for all participants regardless of their biological requirements. Trade during this period reached levels of complexity and sophistication that had never been seen before, with commercial networks spanning the entire galaxy and facilitating the exchange of goods, services, and ideas between worlds that were separated by thousands of light years. The development of standardized currencies and commercial law made it possible for businesses to operate across cultural and species boundaries, while the establishment of trade routes that were protected by Republic naval forces ensured that commerce could flourish without fear of piracy or political interference. The educational systems that emerged during the Golden Age reflected the Republic's commitment to developing the full potential of every sentient being, regardless of their species or place of origin. Universities were established on hundreds of worlds, each one specializing in different areas of knowledge while maintaining connections that allowed students and faculty to share resources and collaborate on research projects. The development of holographic teaching technologies made it possible for individuals on remote worlds to access the same quality of education available in the core systems, while exchange programs encouraged young beings to experience different cultures and perspectives as part of their intellectual development. Yet even as Master Ketu recounts these achievements with obvious pride and affection, his voice carries undertones of the tragedy that was to come. The very success of the Golden Age had created conditions that would make the Republic vulnerable to threats it could not anticipate, as prosperity and peace led to complacency and the gradual erosion of the vigilance that had made survival possible during darker times. The generation that had fought in the hyperspace war was aging and dying, replaced by leaders who knew warfare only as history and who had never been forced to make the kind of difficult choices that emergency situations demanded. More ominously, the expansion that had brought so many benefits to Republic civilization had also attracted the attention of forces that had been watching and waiting for the right moment to strike. In the shadows beyond known space, survivors of the Sith Empire had been rebuilding their strength and planning their return, studying Republic weaknesses while developing new strategies and weapons that would make their next invasion far more devastating than anything the galaxy had experienced before. The Golden Age was drawing to a close, though few could see the signs of the approaching storm. In the Empress Theta system, ancient artifacts were being discovered that would soon corrupt a new generation of dark side users, while on distant Korriban, the spirit of Freedon Nad was stirring in his tomb, preparing to influence events that would plunge the galaxy into a war that would make the hyperspace war seem like a minor skirmish in comparison. The peace and prosperity that had seemed so permanent and secure was about to be tested by forces that the Republic's Golden Age civilization was ill-equipped to understand or resist. Master Ketu's voice becomes heavy with foreboding as we approach the year 4400 before Yavin, when the long peace of the Golden Age began to unravel through events that seemed minor at first, but would ultimately plunge the galaxy into its darkest hour since the Force Wars themselves. The Great Sith War, as historians would name the catastrophe to come, did not begin with massive fleets or dramatic declarations of war, but with the whispered influence of a single dark spirit whose hunger for power transcended death itself, and whose corruption would spread like a plague through the heart of Republic space. The first signs of trouble appeared on Onderon, a world that had been a member of the Republic for nearly 1,000 years, but which had never fully integrated with galactic civilization due to its unique history and the fierce independence of its people. Onderon was a world divided, not just geographically, but culturally and philosophically, between the civilized inhabitants of Iziz, the planet's great walled city, and the beast riders who roamed the dangerous wilderness beyond the city's protective barriers. This division had its roots in ancient conflicts that predated Republic membership, struggles between different approaches to survival on a world where massive predators made life outside fortified settlements nearly impossible. The Beast Riders had adapted to Onderon's hostile environment by forming symbiotic relationships with the great flying creatures that dominated the planet's ecosystem, developing a culture that emphasized courage, individual strength, and harmony with the natural world. They viewed the city dwellers as weak and corrupt, dependent on technology and walls for protection, rather than developing the personal skills and spiritual connection that true survival required. The city inhabitants, in turn, saw the Beast Riders as primitive barbarians who refused to embrace the benefits of civilization and who posed a constant threat to the peace and stability that Republic membership had brought to their world. For generations, this cultural divide had been managed through a combination of mutual avoidance and occasional diplomatic contact, with neither group having the power or inclination to eliminate the other entirely. The Republic government had generally favored the city dwellers, who were more receptive to galactic lore and customs, while tolerating the Beast Riders as an eccentric but harmless local tradition. This delicate balance began to shift when archaeological excavations in the city of Iziz uncovered ancient ruins that contained artifacts and inscriptions dating back thousands of years to a period of Onderon's history that had been largely forgotten. The most significant discovery was the tomb of Freedon Nad, a figure whose name appeared in fragmentary records as both a great king and a terrible tyrant who had ruled Onderon during its early history. The tomb itself was a marvel of ancient engineering, carved deep into the bedrock beneath Iziz and protected by mechanisms that had kept it sealed and hidden for over 3 millennia. The archaeologists who first entered the burial chamber reported strange sensations and vivid dreams, describing an atmosphere of barely contained malevolence that seemed to grow stronger the longer they remained in the tomb's vicinity. What the archaeologists had discovered, though they could not have known it at the time, was the final resting place of one of the most dangerous Sith Lords in galactic history, a being whose mastery of dark side techniques had allowed him to preserve his consciousness and power beyond physical death. Freedon Nad had been among the last survivors of the original Sith Empire, a refugee from the political purges that had followed Naga Sado's defeat during the Hyperspace War. Unlike most of his contemporaries, who had died in the chaos of the Empire's collapse, Nad had possessed the foresight and skill necessary to establish himself as a ruler on a remote world where he could continue his dark studies without interference from Republic forces or rival Sith Lords. During his lifetime, Nad had used his force powers to dominate Onderon completely, establishing himself as both political ruler and religious figure while conducting experiments in Sith alchemy and spirit manipulation that went far beyond anything attempted by his predecessors. His reign had been characterized by technological advancement and cultural development that made Onderon one of the most sophisticated worlds in its region. But this progress had come at a terrible cost in human suffering and spiritual corruption that had left lasting scars on the planet's psychic landscape. Most significantly, Nad had spent his final years preparing for his own death, using techniques learned from ancient Sith holocrons to bind his spirit to his tomb in such a way that his consciousness would remain active and capable of influencing the physical world. His goal was not mere survival, but the establishment of a legacy that would outlast any individual lifetime, a plan to gradually corrupt future generations of Onderon's leaders until the planet could serve as a launching point for the restoration of Sith power in the galaxy. The spirit of Freedom Nad had remained dormant for thousands of years, waiting for the right circumstances to begin implementing his carefully laid plans. The archaeological discovery of his tomb provided the opportunity he had been seeking, as the disturbance of his burial chamber allowed him to extend his influence beyond the sealed confines of his resting place. The archaeologists who had first entered the tomb became unwitting conduits for his power, their minds gradually corrupted by exposure to dark side energy that they could neither detect nor resist. The corruption spread slowly, at first manifesting as subtle changes in personality and judgment that could easily be attributed to the stress and excitement of making such a significant archaeological discovery. The lead archaeologist began to experience vivid dreams that provided detailed knowledge about Onderon's ancient history, information that seemed to come from nowhere, but which proved accurate when tested against other historical sources. These dreams gradually became more frequent and intense, eventually taking the form of direct communication with a presence that claimed to be the preserved wisdom of Freedom Nad himself. The knowledge that Nad's spirit provided was genuinely valuable, revealing secrets of ancient technology and forgotten historical events that transformed the archaeological project into one of the most significant scholarly achievements in Republic history. This success attracted attention from across the galaxy, bringing prestigious researchers and generous funding that allowed the excavation to expand far beyond its original scope. More importantly, the project's success gave Nad's spirit access to a growing number of potential victims, scholars, and students whose intellectual curiosity made them vulnerable to corruption disguised as academic enlightenment. The transformation of the archaeological team was gradual but inexorable, as exposure to Nad's influence slowly eroded their moral foundations, while enhancing their knowledge and capabilities in ways that seemed beneficial rather than threatening. They began to discover artifacts and texts that revealed the true extent of Freedom Nad's power and the sophistication of ancient Sith civilization, information that challenged many of the Republic's fundamental assumptions about the nature of the Force and the inevitability of democratic progress. These discoveries were published in respected academic journals, spreading Nad's influence throughout the galactic scholarly community, while appearing to be nothing more than legitimate historical research. The real crisis began when Queen Aminoa of Onderon, a descendant of Freedom Nad's original royal bloodline, became involved in the archaeological project and fell under the direct influence of her ancestor's spirit. Aminoa was a capable ruler who had successfully maintained Onderon's independence within the Republic system while managing the complex relationship between the city dwellers and beast riders that had defined her world's politics for generations. Her conversion to the dark side represented a catastrophic escalation of the threat that Nad's spirit posed, as it gave him access to political power and resources that could be used to implement plans that went far beyond academic corruption. Under Nad's guidance, Queen Aminoa began to implement policies designed to strengthen her personal power, while gradually undermining the democratic institutions that had connected Onderon to the broader Republic. She justified these changes as necessary measures for protecting her world from external threats and internal instability, arguments that seemed reasonable to citizens who were unaware of the supernatural influence behind her transformation. The changes were implemented gradually and subtly, making them difficult to detect or oppose until they had become entrenched parts of Onderon's political system. The Queen's growing authoritarianism coincided with a resurgence of ancient Sith practices and beliefs throughout Onderon society, as artifacts recovered from Nad's tomb were put on public display, and scholars began to promote interpretations of history that portrayed the dark side as a natural and beneficial force rather than a source of corruption and evil. Temples dedicated to Freedom Nad were constructed in major cities, officially described as historical monuments, but actually serving as focal points for dark side energy that amplified the spirit's influence over the planet's population. The situation became openly dangerous when Aminoa's daughter, Princess Gallia, attempted to resist her mother's transformation and sought help from the Jedi Order to investigate the changes that were occurring on Onderon. Gallia had been educated in the Republic core worlds and had witnessed firsthand the benefits of democratic governance and individual freedom, making her naturally resistant to the authoritarian philosophy that her mother was embracing. Her resistance to Nad's influence made her a target for elimination, as the spirit recognized that she posed a potential threat to his long-term plans for Onderon. The Jedi response to Princess Gallia's request for help was led by Master Arca Jeth, one of the Order's most experienced investigators of dark side phenomena, and a scholar who had spent decades studying the history and techniques of ancient Sith civilization. Arca brought with him three of his most promising students, Ulic Kuldroma, Kay Kuldroma, and Tot Donata, young Jedi whose skills and dedication would be tested far beyond anything their training had prepared them for. The arrival of Jedi investigators on Onderon marked the beginning of open conflict between the forces of light and dark, as Nad's spirit could no longer maintain the pretense that his influence was merely academic or political. The initial investigation revealed the true scope of the corruption that had taken hold on Onderon, as the Jedi discovered that Nad's spirit had been systematically identifying and recruiting individuals with force sensitivity, while providing them with training in dark side techniques that had been thought lost since the fall of the original Sith Empire. These new dark side adepts were being organized into a secret network that extended far beyond Onderon itself, with connections to sympathizers and collaborators on dozens of other worlds throughout Republic space. The confrontation between Queen Aminoa and the Jedi investigators culminated in a battle that demonstrated both the power of Nad's spirit and the courage of those who stood against him. The Queen, enhanced by dark side abilities that made her far more dangerous than any normal political leader, fought with weapons and techniques that challenged everything the Jedi thought they knew about the limitations of Force power. The battle took place not just on the physical plane, but in the realm of spirit and consciousness, as Nad's preserved essence attempted to overwhelm the Jedi through direct psychic assault, while simultaneously drawing power from the fear and hatred of Onderon's population. The death of Queen Aminoa in battle with the Jedi should have ended the crisis, but instead, it marked the beginning of an even more dangerous phase of Nad's plan. The Queen's death released the dark side energy that had been accumulating in her over months of corruption, creating a surge of malevolent force that spread across Onderon and began to affect the planet's very ecosystem. More ominously, her death allowed Nad's spirit to transfer his primary influence to other members of the royal bloodline, including King Omina, whose previous weakness and apparent harmlessness had made him seem like an unlikely candidate for dark side corruption. King Omin's transformation under Nad's influence proved to be far more dangerous than his wife's had been, as his years of apparent frailty had been used to study and prepare for the moment when he would reveal his true nature. Unlike Amanoa, whose corruption had been relatively recent and incomplete, Omin had been in contact with Nad's spirit for decades, gradually accumulating knowledge and power, while maintaining a facade of weakness that had fooled even the most observant Jedi investigators. His emergence as a powerful Sith Lord represented the culmination of Nad's long-term planning and the beginning of a new phase of the conflict that would soon spread far beyond Onderon. The revelation of King Omin's true nature coincided with the emergence of dark side cults throughout Republic space, organizations that had been secretly established and funded through Onderon's resources while appearing to be legitimate religious or philosophical movements. These cults had been recruiting members from among the Republic's most educated and influential citizens, offering them knowledge and power that seemed to come from legitimate spiritual traditions, while gradually introducing them to concepts and practices that originated in ancient Sith teachings. Master Ketu's voice grows heavy with dread as he describes the spread of corruption from Onderon to other worlds, a contagion of the spirit that moved through the Republic's communication and trade networks like a plague designed to target the soul rather than the body. The Freedom Nad uprising had begun as what seemed like a local political crisis on a single world, but it was revealing itself to be something far more dangerous. the opening move in a campaign designed to corrupt the very foundations of Republic civilization and prepare the way for the return of Sith power to the galaxy. Master Ketu's ethereal presence grows heavy with the weight of personal tragedy as we delve into the most painful chapter of his ancient memory, the fall of Exar Kun, a Jedi whose brilliance and potential had made him the pride of the Order before his transformation into one of the most dangerous Sith Lords in galactic history. The story of Kun's corruption illustrates the terrible truth that the greatest servants of the light can become the most devastating agents of darkness, and that the very qualities that make someone an exceptional Jedi, curiosity, passion for knowledge, and unwavering confidence in their abilities, can become the instruments of their own destruction when guided by pride rather than wisdom. Exar Kun had been born on Coruscant in the year 4018 before Yavin, during the height of the Republic's Golden Age, when the Jedi Order was at the peak of its power and influence. His Force sensitivity had been detected while he was still an infant, manifesting as an unusual ability to calm crying children and soothe frightened animals with nothing more than his presence. The Jedi who tested him reported that his connection to the Force was among the strongest they had ever encountered, with a natural ability to perceive and manipulate energy fields that normally required years of training to develop. Kun's early years at the Jedi Academy on Ossus had been marked by academic excellence and remarkable progress in all aspects of Force training. He mastered lightsaber combat techniques that challenged students decades older than himself, demonstrated an intuitive understanding of Force powers that impressed even senior masters, and showed a particular aptitude for archaeological and historical research that led to discoveries about ancient Jedi techniques that had been thought lost forever. His teachers recognized him as a prodigy whose potential seemed unlimited, a future leader of the Order who might achieve greater understanding of the Force than any Jedi in living memory. But even in his youth, there were signs of the pride and impatience that would eventually lead to his downfall. Kun chafed at the traditional pace of Jedi training, arguing that the Order's conservative approach to teaching prevented gifted students from reaching their full potential. He questioned restrictions on studying certain aspects of Force lore, particularly the historical records and captured artifacts related to ancient Sith practices, maintaining that understanding one's enemies required comprehensive knowledge of their methods and motivations. Most dangerously, he began to believe that his exceptional abilities exempted him from the cautious approach that less gifted Jedi required for safe development. Kun's master Vodo Siosk Baz was one of the most respected teachers in the Jedi Order, a being whose wisdom had been accumulated over centuries of study and service. Baz recognized both Kun's extraordinary potential and the dangers inherent in his student's personality, attempting to balance encouragement of the young man's gifts with guidance that would help him develop the humility and patience necessary for mastering such power safely. The relationship between master and student was complicated by genuine affection and mutual respect, making Baz's eventual failure to prevent Kun's corruption all the more tragic for both individuals. The first serious warning signs appeared when Kun began conducting unauthorized research into forbidden areas of the Great Library on Ossus, using his status as a promising student to gain access to materials that were restricted to senior masters. He focused particularly on records related to the ancient Sith Empire and the techniques they had developed for manipulating the Force in ways that conventional Jedi training explicitly avoided. Kun argued that this research was necessary for understanding the historical development of Force philosophy and for preparing future Jedi to recognize and counter dark side influences, justifications that seemed reasonable on their surface, but which concealed a growing obsession with power for its own sake. His academic research led him to discover references to Sith holocrons and artifacts that had been hidden in remote locations throughout the galaxy, ancient repositories of knowledge that contained techniques and philosophies that no living being fully understood. Kuhn became convinced that accessing these sources of information was essential for advancing Jedi understanding of the Force and for preventing future dark side threats from catching the Order unprepared. He began to plan expeditions to recover these artifacts, believing that his exceptional abilities would protect him from any corrupting influences they might contain. The crisis came to a head when Kuhn announced his intention to travel to Korriban, the ancient Sith homeworld, to study the tombs and temples that contained the most comprehensive records of dark side philosophy and technique. Master Bas forbade this journey, explaining that even the strongest Jedi could be corrupted by prolonged exposure to such concentrated dark side energy, and that the knowledge Kuhn sought was forbidden precisely because it was too dangerous for any individual to possess safely. This prohibition triggered a confrontation between master and student that would have lasting consequences for both the Jedi Order and the galaxy as a whole. Kuhn's response to his master's refusal revealed the extent to which pride had already corrupted his judgment, as he accused Bas and the Jedi Council of cowardice and intellectual dishonesty. He argued that their restrictions on dark side research were based on fear rather than wisdom, and that their conservative approach was preventing the Order from achieving its full potential as guardians of galactic peace. Most dangerously, he claimed that he had already progressed beyond the need for traditional Jedi guidance, and that his superior understanding of the Force gave him the right to make his own decisions about what knowledge to pursue. The confrontation escalated into a lightsaber duel that demonstrated both Kuhn's exceptional skills and the depth of his fall from Jedi principles. He fought with a combination of traditional techniques and improvised moves that drew on dark side emotions, using anger and hatred to enhance his abilities in ways that violated everything he had been taught about proper Force usage. The duel ended when Kuhn managed to defeat his master through tactics that were technically legal but morally questionable, humiliating Bas in front of other students and establishing his reputation as someone who would stop at nothing to prove his superiority. Having severed his connection to traditional Jedi authority, Kuhn departed for Korriban, despite all warnings and prohibitions, taking with him several other students who had been influenced by his arguments about the necessity of expanding Jedi knowledge beyond conventional limitations. The group traveled in secret, using techniques Kuhn had learned from forbidden texts to conceal their ship's movements from Jedi tracking methods, while following ancient hyperspace routes that had been used by Sith Lords thousands of years earlier. The journey to Korriban took them through regions of space that had been abandoned since the fall of the original Sith Empire, areas where the very fabric of reality had been scarred by ancient dark side experiments, and where normal navigation methods proved unreliable. Kuhn's ship was forced to make several emergency stops at worlds that had been consumed by Sith alchemy, planets where the ecosystem itself had been transformed into something hostile to organic life. These experiences should have served as warnings about the dangers of dark side corruption, but Kuhn interpreted them as proof that he was following the path to greater understanding and power. The arrival at Korriban marked the beginning of Kuhn's transformation from a misguided Jedi into a full Sith Lord, though the process was so gradual that he never realized the moment when his fall became irreversible. The planet's surface was covered with massive tombs and temples that radiated dark side energy so intensely that merely walking among them induced visions and hallucinations in Force-sensitive individuals. Kuhn experienced these phenomena as revelations that provided him with knowledge about Sith techniques and philosophy that had been lost for millennia, not recognizing that each vision was drawing him deeper into corruption that was reshaping his fundamental nature. The most significant discovery came when Kuhn located the tomb of Marka Ragnos, one of the greatest Sith Lords of the ancient era, whose preserved spirit had been waiting for centuries for a suitable host to continue his work. Ragnos's consciousness had been bound to his tomb through techniques that allowed him to maintain awareness of galactic events while gradually accumulating power for an eventual return to physical existence. The arrival of such a powerful and ambitious Force user provided exactly the opportunity that the ancient Sith Lord had been seeking. The interaction between Khun and Ragnos's spirit represented the culmination of thousands of years of Sith planning and preparation, as the ancient Lord used psychological manipulation and gradual revelation of power to convince the young Jedi that embracing the dark side was not corruption, but enlightenment. Ragnos presented the traditional Jedi teachings as lies designed to prevent individuals from achieving their true potential, while portraying Sith philosophy as the natural evolution of Force understanding that transcended the arbitrary moral restrictions imposed by weaker beings. Under Ragnos's guidance, Khun began to experiment with Sith alchemy and Force techniques that allowed him to achieve levels of power that dwarfed anything he had accomplished as a Jedi. He learned to manipulate the life force of other beings to enhance his own abilities, to create weapons and artifacts that channeled dark side energy in ways that made conventional technology obsolete, and most significantly, to establish connections with other dark side practitioners that would allow him to build a network of followers throughout the galaxy. The transformation of Khun's physical appearance reflected the spiritual corruption that was consuming him from within, as prolonged exposure to dark side energy began to alter his cellular structure in ways that enhanced his abilities while making him less recognizably human. His eyes took on the golden color that marked advanced dark side practitioners. His skin became pale and seemed to glow with an inner light that was both beautiful and terrifying, and his voice acquired harmonics that could influence the emotions and thoughts of those who heard him speak. Perhaps most significantly, Khun's time on Korriban allowed him to access ancient Sith holocrons that contained the preserved consciousness of dozens of dark side masters, each one eager to share their knowledge with someone powerful enough to implement their teachings on a galactic scale. These holocrons provided him with detailed information about Sith techniques for political manipulation, military strategy, and the corruption of other Force users, knowledge that he would use to build an empire that combined the sophistication of the Republic with the ruthless efficiency of the ancient Sith. The completion of Khun's transformation came when he underwent a ritual that bound his spirit to the dark side of the Force in ways that made reversal impossible, while granting him access to powers that no living Jedi could match. The ceremony took place in the deepest chambers of Ragnos's tomb, surrounded by artifacts and energies that had been accumulating dark side power for thousands of years. The ritual required Khun to make choices that violated every principle he had once held sacred, forcing him to demonstrate his commitment to Sith philosophy through actions that eliminated any possibility of return to the light. When Khun finally departed Korriban, he was no longer the ambitious but misguided Jedi who had arrived seeking knowledge, but a Sith Lord whose power rivaled the greatest dark side practitioners in galactic history. He had gained access to techniques and abilities that made him capable of challenging the entire Jedi Order, while his understanding of both light and dark side philosophy gave him advantages that purely trained Sith would never possess. Most dangerously, his transformation had been so gradual and seemingly voluntary that he retained enough of his original personality to be genuinely convinced that his choices had been correct and beneficial. The next phase of Khun's plan involved establishing a base of operations where he could continue his studies while beginning to implement the galactic conquest strategies he had learned from ancient Sith holocrons. He chose Yavin 4, a jungle moon in a remote star system that was inhabited by a primitive species called the Masasi, descendants of Sith warriors who had been stranded there during the ancient wars. The Masasi possessed natural Force sensitivity and a warrior culture that made them ideal subjects for the kind of transformation that Khun had in mind. Using techniques learned from Sith alchemy texts, Khun began to reshape the Masasi both physically and spiritually, enhancing their natural abilities while binding their consciousness to his own will in ways that made them perfect servants for his purposes. The process involved constructing massive temples that served as focal points for dark side energy, while providing facilities for the kind of experiments and rituals that Khon's growing ambitions required. These structures were architectural marvels that combined Sith design principles with innovations that reflected Khon's unique understanding of force manipulation. The temples on Yavin 4 became the heart of a new Sith empire that would eventually challenge the Republic for control of the galaxy. Centers of learning and power that attracted dark side practitioners from throughout known space, while serving as bases for military and political operations that would reshape galactic civilization. Khon's transformation from Jedi to Sith Lord was complete, but his story was far from over, as the knowledge and power he had gained would soon be turned against everything he had once sworn to protect. Master Ketu's voice carries profound sadness as he concludes this chapter of the Chronicle, reflecting on how the brightest lights can cast the darkest shadows when their radiance is corrupted by pride and ambition. The fall of Exar Kun represented not just the loss of a single individual, but the transformation of one of the Jedi Order's greatest potential assets into its most dangerous enemy, a tragedy that would have consequences extending far beyond any single lifetime or conflict. Master Ketu's voice becomes a whisper of cosmic dread as we enter the darkest chapter in galactic history. The years 3996 to 3986 before Yavin, when the Great Sith War erupted across known space with a fury that made previous conflicts seem like mere disagreements between neighboring worlds. This was not simply a war between political entities or competing philosophies, but a fundamental assault on the nature of reality itself, as forces that had been building for decades finally reached critical mass and exploded into violence that would leave scars on the galaxy's psychic landscape for thousands of years to come. The alliance between Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma, forged in the fires of ambition and sealed through dark side rituals that bound their destinies together, represented the convergence of two different paths to Sith mastery that together created a threat unlike anything the Republic had ever faced. Kun brought to their partnership the ancient knowledge and sophisticated techniques he had learned from Sith holocrons and spirits, while Qel-Droma contributed the practical military experience and strategic understanding he had gained through years of warfare on Onderon and other frontier worlds. Together they possessed both the power and the knowledge necessary to challenge the combined might of the Republic and Jedi Order. The opening moves of the war were carefully orchestrated to maximize psychological impact while crippling the Republic's ability to mount an effective defense, rather than beginning with massive fleet engagements that would give their enemies time to mobilize and coordinate their response. The Sith Lords launched simultaneous attacks on targets throughout Republic space, striking at institutions and individuals whose destruction would create maximum fear and confusion while eliminating key sources of resistance to their expanding power. The first target was the Jedi Academy on Ossus, home to the great library that contained thousands of years of accumulated Jedi wisdom, and the primary training facility for the Order's most promising students. The attack came without warning, as Sith fleets emerged from hyperspace and began bombarding the planet while dark side adepts teleported directly into the Academy's most secure chambers to steal or destroy irreplaceable artifacts and manuscripts. The assault was designed not just to eliminate a military target, but to strike at the very heart of Jedi identity, destroying the knowledge and traditions that had sustained the Order through previous crises. The defense of Ossus became one of the war's most heroic and tragic episodes, as Jedi masters and students fought desperately to protect their sanctuary, while evacuating as much of the library's contents as possible before the planet became uninhabitable. Master Ood Banar, the ancient Neti who served as the library's chief guardian, made the ultimate sacrifice by transforming himself into a living tree that could protect a small collection of the most important holocrons and manuscripts, ensuring that at least some of the Order's wisdom would survive even if every other defender was killed. The evacuation efforts were led by Jedi Knights who had to make impossible choices about which artifacts and documents could be saved and which would have to be abandoned to the flames. Many died in the attempt to rescue irreplaceable texts, while others sacrificed themselves to buy time for their colleagues to escape with materials that would become the foundation for rebuilding the Order after the war's end. The loss of so much accumulated knowledge represented a catastrophe that would cripple Jedi capabilities for generations to come, as techniques and insights that had taken centuries to develop were destroyed in a matter of hours. Simultaneously with the assault on Ossus, Sith forces launched coordinated attacks on Republic naval bases, government installations, and commercial centers throughout the core worlds, targeting the infrastructure that held galactic civilization together while avoiding actions that would completely destroy the resources they intended to control. The Sith strategy was based on conquest rather than annihilation, seeking to establish a new galactic order under their rule rather than simply destroying everything that the Republic had built. The effectiveness of these coordinated attacks demonstrated the sophistication of Sith intelligence networks and the extent to which dark side corruption had penetrated Republic institutions. Many of the most devastating strikes were carried out with the assistance of Republic citizens who had been converted to the Sith cause through a combination of ideological persuasion and force manipulation, creating a fifth column that could strike at targets that would have been impossible for external enemies to reach. The military forces that the Sith deployed against the Republic were unlike anything that galactic civilization had previously encountered, combining advanced technology with dark side enhancements that made conventional defensive strategies obsolete. Sith starships were powered by reactors that drew energy directly from the dark side of the Force, giving them capabilities that exceeded Republic vessels in every category, while providing power for weapon systems that could devastate entire city districts with single shots. These ships were often crewed by beings who had been altered through Sith alchemy, warriors whose physical and mental capabilities had been enhanced far beyond normal biological limits. Perhaps even more terrifying were the ground forces that accompanied Sith fleet operations, armies of dark side adepts, corrupted Republic soldiers, and alchemically modified creatures that fought with a combination of conventional weapons and force powers that made them nearly unstoppable against ordinary military units. These forces were led by Sith Lords whose individual power rivaled entire battalions, beings who could manipulate battlefield conditions through techniques that turned natural phenomena into weapons while drawing strength from the fear and suffering of their enemies. The corruption of Republic military personnel represented one of the most insidious aspects of the Sith strategy, as entire fleets and armies defected to the enemy cause after their leadership was converted through a combination of political persuasion and force manipulation. The Sith had studied Republic military doctrine and command structures extensively, identifying key individuals whose conversion would bring large numbers of followers with them while creating maximum disruption within the remaining loyal forces. The process of military corruption often began with seemingly reasonable arguments about the Republic's failure to adequately prepare for external threats and the necessity of accepting strong leadership during times of crisis. Sith agents would gradually introduce concepts that portrayed authoritarian government as more efficient than democratic decision-making, while presenting dark side philosophy as a practical approach to power rather than an evil ideology. By the time military personnel realized the true nature of what they were being offered, they had often been exposed to enough dark side influence to make resistance difficult or impossible. The Jedi Order's response to the Sith offensive was hampered by the very principles that had traditionally been their greatest strength, as their commitment to defensive rather than aggressive action made it difficult to mount the kind of coordinated counterattack that might have stopped the Sith advance before it gained unstoppable momentum. Individual Jedi fought with courage and determination that became legendary, but their efforts were often uncoordinated and reactive, responding to Sith moves rather than anticipating them or seizing the initiative in ways that might have changed the war's outcome. The most tragic aspect of the Jedi response was the number of knights and masters who fell to dark side corruption during the conflict, as the intense pressure of constant warfare and exposure to Sith influence gradually eroded the spiritual foundations that had protected them during peacetime. Many Jedi found themselves forced to make moral compromises in order to save lives or protect innocent populations, choices that seemed justified by circumstances but which created vulnerabilities that Sith manipulators could exploit. The corruption of Jedi during the war often followed predictable patterns, beginning with reasonable arguments about the necessity of using more aggressive tactics against enemies who showed no restraint or mercy. Sith agents would encourage these moral compromises while providing techniques and knowledge that seemed to offer better ways of protecting innocent lives, gradually introducing concepts and practices that violated Jedi principles while appearing to serve worthy goals. The process was so subtle that many victims never realized they were being manipulated until their transformation was complete and irreversible. The fall of prominent Jedi to the dark side had cascading effects throughout the Order, as students and colleagues struggled to understand how individuals they had trusted and respected could become enemies overnight. The knowledge that corruption was possible even among the most dedicated servants of the light created doubt and suspicion that made cooperation more difficult while providing Sith agents with additional opportunities for manipulation and psychological warfare. The war's middle phase was characterized by massive fleet engagements that demonstrated both the scale of the conflict and the terrible price of victory for either side. The Battle of Kemplex 9 saw hundreds of capital ships destroyed as Republic and Sith forces clashed in a running engagement that lasted for 3 days and left the system's asteroid belt filled with wreckage that would remain hazardous to navigation for centuries to come. The Battle of Koros Major resulted in the devastation of an entire world as both sides committed their most powerful weapons to a struggle that neither could afford to lose. These large-scale engagements were accompanied by countless smaller conflicts as the war spread to every inhabited system in the galaxy, with local populations forced to choose sides or face the consequences of neutrality. Many worlds found themselves occupied by one faction or the other, their resources commandeered for the war effort, while their populations were subjected to ideological indoctrination designed to ensure their continued loyalty to their new rulers. The civilian cost of the Great Sith War was unprecedented in galactic history, as entire populations were displaced by fighting, while billions of beings died in conflicts that many never fully understood. The Sith strategy of targeting infrastructure and government installations meant that many worlds lost the basic services necessary for maintaining civilized life, leading to famines, disease outbreaks, and social collapse that killed more people than direct military action. The psychological impact of the war extended far beyond its immediate participants, as the knowledge that such conflicts were possible shattered the optimistic assumptions about galactic progress that had characterized the Golden Age. The idea that civilization naturally evolved toward greater peace and cooperation was replaced by a darker understanding of the universe as a place where eternal vigilance was the price of survival, and where the forces of destruction were always waiting for opportunities to undo the work of generations. The turning point of the war came through the heroic actions of individual Jedi who were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to prevent even greater catastrophes. The Battle of Deneba saw Master Arca Jeth give his life to prevent Sith forces from capturing artifacts that would have allowed them to corrupt entire star systems, while the defense of Coruscant was made possible by Jedi who chose to remain at their posts even when retreat would have been the wiser tactical choice. The final phase of the war centered on Yavin 4, where Exar Kun had established his primary base of operations, and where the massive temples he had constructed served as focal points for dark side energy that enhanced his powers, while providing him with the resources necessary to continue his resistance against the combined Republic and Jedi forces that had finally coordinated their efforts effectively enough to threaten his stronghold. The assault on Yavin 4 required unprecedented cooperation between Republic military forces and the Jedi Order, as conventional weapons proved inadequate against defenses that were powered by the Force itself, while Jedi powers were necessary to counter the dark side techniques that Kun used to protect his fortress. The battle became a test of endurance as much as strategy, with both sides pouring resources into a conflict that neither could afford to lose. The climax came when a combined force of Jedi Masters, led by survivors of the Orsa's catastrophe, managed to penetrate Kun's defenses and confront him directly in the heart of his greatest temple. The final confrontation was fought on multiple levels simultaneously, as the physical battle between lightsabers was accompanied by a struggle of wills that took place entirely within the Force, with the fate of the galaxy hanging on the outcome of combat that most beings could not even perceive. Thoryun's defeat came not through superior firepower or tactical brilliance, but through the collective sacrifice of Jedi who were willing to give their lives to prevent him from escaping to continue his war elsewhere. The techniques he had learned from ancient Sith holocrons included methods for preserving consciousness beyond physical death, but the Jedi Masters were able to trap his spirit within his temple complex, ensuring that his knowledge and power would be sealed away where they could not threaten future generations. The end of the Great Sith War left the galaxy forever changed, with both Republic and Jedi Order requiring decades to recover from losses that had brought them to the brink of total collapse. The knowledge that such conflicts were possible ensured that future generations would approach galactic governance with a wariness and vigilance that had been absent during the Golden Age, while the techniques and strategies developed during the war would influence military doctrine and Force philosophy for millennia to come. Master Ketu's voice takes on a tone of weary resignation as we approach the year 3976 before Yavin, when the galaxy, still reeling from the devastation of the Great Sith War, faced a new threat that would prove in many ways more challenging than anything that had come before. The Mandalorian Wars represented not just another conflict between opposing political systems, but a clash between fundamentally different concepts of honor, strength, and the proper relationship between individuals and the societies that shaped them. Where the Sith had sought to corrupt and dominate through dark side manipulation, the Mandalorians would challenge the Republic through pure martial prowess and an uncompromising warrior philosophy that viewed conflict as the highest expression of sentient potential. The Mandalorian civilization that emerged from the Outer Rim territories was unlike anything the Republic had encountered in its long history of expansion and diplomacy. These were not conquerors seeking territory or resources, nor were they ideologues attempting to impose their beliefs on unwilling populations. The Mandalorians were warriors in the purest sense, beings who had structured their entire society around the pursuit of military excellence and who viewed combat not as a necessary evil, but as the most meaningful activity that conscious beings could undertake. Their culture had been forged through centuries of constant warfare among the clans that inhabited the harsh worlds of the Mandalore sector, conflicts that had eliminated the weak while refining the strong into the most effective fighting force the galaxy had ever seen. The rise of Mandalore, the Ultimate, marked the beginning of a new phase in Mandalorian history, as this exceptional leader succeeded in uniting the traditionally fractious clans under a single banner while providing them with a vision that extended far beyond their traditional territorial boundaries. Mandalore the Ultimate was not simply a successful military commander, but a philosopher of war whose understanding of conflict transcended mere tactics and strategy to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of strength, honor, and the role that struggle played in the development of both individuals and civilizations. Under his leadership, the Mandalorian clans had spent decades preparing for what they called the Great Hunt, a campaign designed to test their warriors against the strongest opponents the galaxy could provide, while simultaneously expanding Mandalorian influence throughout known space. This was not conquest in the traditional sense, as the Mandalorians had little interest in governing the territories they captured or exploiting the resources of defeated worlds. Instead, they sought to create a galactic conflict that would provide endless opportunities for combat, while forcing other civilizations to adapt and strengthen themselves in response to Mandalorian pressure. The Mandalorian military philosophy was based on principles that made their forces uniquely effective against opponents who had been trained for conventional warfare. Where Republic forces relied on superior technology and coordinated tactics to achieve victory, Mandalorian warriors emphasized individual skill, adaptability, and an almost supernatural ability to improvise solutions to unexpected problems. Their equipment was designed for maximum versatility rather than specialized effectiveness, allowing individual warriors to function as complete military units capable of accomplishing missions that would normally require entire squads of conventional soldiers. The famous Mandalorian armor that gave the culture its distinctive visual identity was far more than simple protective equipment, representing instead a synthesis of advanced technology and warrior philosophy that enhanced both the physical capabilities and psychological presence of its wearers. Each suit was custom-built for its owner, incorporating features that reflected their individual fighting style, while providing capabilities that made them effective in virtually any combat environment. The armor served not just as protection, but as a symbol of the warrior's achievements and status within Mandalorian society, with modifications and decorations that told the story of their military career to anyone capable of reading the visual language of their culture. More importantly, Mandalorian training methods produced warriors whose mental and emotional preparation for combat exceeded anything found in conventional military organizations. From childhood, Mandalorians were taught to view death in battle as the highest honor that could be achieved, while survival through cowardice or surrender was considered a fate worse than any physical suffering. This philosophy created soldiers who fought with a desperation and determination that unnerved opponents accustomed to enemies who would retreat or surrender when facing overwhelming odds. The Mandalorian concept of honor was based on principles that often seemed contradictory to outsiders, but which created a remarkably effective system for maintaining discipline and motivation within their military forces. Warriors were expected to show absolute loyalty to their clan and respect for their superiors, but they were also encouraged to challenge authority through combat when they believed their leaders were making tactical or strategic errors. This system ensured that Mandalorian forces were led by individuals who had proven their competence through actual fighting rather than political maneuvering or administrative skill. The initial phase of the Mandalorian expansion was characterized by carefully selected targets that allowed their forces to test Republic defenses while avoiding the kind of massive confrontation that might have prompted a coordinated response before they were fully prepared for large-scale warfare. Mandalorian raiders struck at isolated outposts, mining colonies, and commercial shipping, gradually increasing the pressure on Republic forces while gathering intelligence about enemy capabilities and response patterns. These early raids served multiple purposes beyond simple military preparation, as they allowed young Mandalorian warriors to gain combat experience while providing opportunities for the clans to evaluate and refine their equipment and tactics. Each engagement was studied extensively, with lessons learned being incorporated into training programs and tactical doctrines that made subsequent operations more effective. The Mandalorians approached warfare as a learning process, constantly adapting and evolving their methods in response to changing conditions and enemy countermeasures. The Republic's initial response to Mandalorian aggression was hampered by the same factors that had made their reaction to the Sith threat inadequate during the early phases of the Great Sith War. The Senate was reluctant to authorize military action against what appeared to be a relatively minor threat, while local governors and military commanders lacked the authority necessary to coordinate effective defensive measures across multiple star systems. More significantly, the Republic military establishment had been designed primarily for peacekeeping operations rather than the kind of intensive warfare that the Mandalorians were capable of conducting. The Jedi Order's response to the Mandalorian threat was complicated by philosophical considerations that had not been significant factors during their conflicts with the Sith. Where dark-side corruption represented a clear violation of everything the Jedi stood for, the Mandalorian warrior culture, while alien to Jedi sensibilities, was not inherently evil or corrupting. Many Jedi Masters argued that the Order should not become involved in what was essentially a political conflict between different approaches to governance and social organization, maintaining that their role was to oppose dark-side threats rather than to serve as enforcers of Republic policy. This philosophical debate within the Jedi Order became increasingly heated, as Mandalorian raids escalated into full-scale invasions of Republic territory, with some masters arguing that their commitment to peace required them to intervene, while others maintained that involvement in such conflicts would compromise their spiritual integrity and effectiveness as guardians against dark-side threats. The Council's decision to forbid Jedi participation in the war created divisions within the Order that would have lasting consequences for both the organization and the individuals involved. The most significant dissent came from a group of younger Jedi led by Revan and Malak, two knights whose understanding of the Force and commitment to galactic peace had made them among the most promising members of their generation. Revan in particular possessed a combination of strategic brilliance and charismatic leadership that made him a natural choice for military command, while his deep understanding of both Jedi philosophy and practical warfare gave him insights that conventional commanders lacked. Revan's arguments for Jedi intervention in the Mandalorian conflict were based on a sophisticated analysis of the long-term implications of allowing the Republic to face this threat without Force user support. He argued that the Mandalorian military philosophy was fundamentally incompatible with the peaceful coexistence that made galactic civilization possible, and that allowing them to achieve victory would ultimately result in the destruction of everything the Jedi had spent millennia protecting. More practically, he pointed out that Republic forces were simply inadequate for dealing with an enemy whose capabilities exceeded anything they had been trained to counter. The decision by Revan and his followers to defy the Jedi Council and join the Republic war effort marked a turning point in both the conflict and the history of the Jedi Order, as it represented the first time that a significant number of Jedi had openly rejected the Council's authority on a matter of fundamental importance. The schism that resulted from this decision would have consequences that extended far beyond the immediate military situation, creating precedents and resentments that would influence Jedi politics for generations to come. The entry of Jedi forces into the Mandalorian conflict transformed what had been a series of relatively limited engagements into a galaxy-spanning war that would test the resources and resolve of both sides to their absolute limits. Revan's strategic genius became apparent almost immediately, as he developed tactics that took advantage of Jedi abilities while compensating for the numerical and technological disadvantages that Republic forces faced against Mandalorian warriors. The Jedi approach to warfare was fundamentally different from anything the Mandalorians had encountered, as Force-enhanced perception and precognition allowed Republic commanders to anticipate enemy moves and coordinate responses with a precision that seemed almost supernatural. More importantly, the presence of Jedi in combat roles provided Republic forces with capabilities that could match the individual excellence of Mandalorian warriors while supporting the kind of large-scale operations that were necessary for achieving strategic objectives. The war's middle phase was characterized by increasingly sophisticated tactics and strategies as both sides adapted to their opponent's capabilities while escalating the scale and intensity of their operations. The Battle of Dixon demonstrated the effectiveness of combined Jedi and Republic forces against traditional Mandalorian tactics, while the Siege of Onderon showed how Mandalorian adaptability could neutralize many of the advantages that Force users provided to conventional military units. The psychological impact of the war on both sides was profound, as the extended conflict forced fundamental changes in how each culture viewed itself and its place in the galaxy. For the Republic, the Mandalorian threat demonstrated the limitations of peaceful coexistence as a governing philosophy, while the necessity of developing more effective military capabilities challenged traditional assumptions about the relationship between democratic values and martial strength. For the Mandalorians, the war provided the ultimate test of their warrior culture, while forcing them to confront questions about the sustainability of their way of life in a galaxy that was increasingly interconnected and interdependent. The gradual realization that total victory might require the destruction of galactic civilization itself created divisions within Mandalorian society that had not existed since the unification under Mandalore the Ultimate. The most significant development during the war's later phases was the gradual transformation of Revan from an idealistic young Jedi into a pragmatic military commander whose methods became increasingly questionable as the conflict demanded ever more extreme measures for victory. The process was so gradual that neither Revan nor his followers initially recognized the extent to which the war was changing them, as each tactical compromise seemed justified by the necessity of preventing even greater catastrophes. The corruption of Revan and his followers was not the result of dark side manipulation, but of the accumulated psychological pressure of making life and death decisions on a galactic scale, while being responsible for the survival of billions of innocent beings. The weight of command in such circumstances would have challenged anyone, but for Force users whose abilities made them acutely aware of the suffering their decisions caused, the strain was almost unbearable. The climactic phase of the war centered on the final confrontation between Revan and Mandalore, the Ultimate, a battle that was as much philosophical as military, representing the ultimate test of whether peaceful coexistence or warrior culture would shape the galaxy's future. The outcome would have consequences that extended far beyond the immediate military situation, setting in motion events that would reshape galactic civilization for millennia to come. Master Kesu's voice grows heavy with foreboding as he describes the war's approaching climax, knowing that the victory that seemed so necessary and justified would plant the seeds of an even greater tragedy, as the methods required to defeat the Mandalorians would begin the transformation that would eventually turn the Republic's greatest heroes into its most dangerous enemies. Master K2's voice becomes heavy with the weight of tragic inevitability as we approach the year 3960 before Yavin, when the final battle of the Mandalorian Wars would simultaneously save the Republic and damn its greatest hero to a fate that would echo through galactic history for millennia to come. The transformation of Revan from the Republic's savior into its greatest threat illustrates the terrible truth that the line between heroism and villainy is often determined not by intention, but by the choices that desperate circumstances force upon those who bear responsibility for the fate of billions. The climactic confrontation took place above the planet Malachor V, a world whose very name would become synonymous with horror and loss among those who survived to remember the war's end. Malachor was not chosen as a battlefield for its strategic importance, but for its unique properties as a nexus of dark side energy, a wound in the Force itself that had been created by ancient Sith experiments and which made the planet unsuitable for normal habitation, while providing opportunities for weapons and tactics that could not be employed elsewhere in the galaxy. Revan's decision to make his final stand at Malachor was based on intelligence that he had gathered about Mandalorian battle plans, and the realization that conventional warfare could never achieve the kind of decisive victory that would end the conflict permanently. The Mandalorian warrior culture was too resilient and adaptable to be defeated through normal military means, as each setback only strengthened their resolve while providing opportunities for learning and improvement that made them more dangerous in subsequent engagements. Only a catastrophe so complete and devastating that it broke their will to fight would be sufficient to prevent the war from continuing indefinitely. The weapon that Revan chose to deploy at Malachor was called the Mass Shadow Generator. a device that had been developed by Republic scientists working under the direction of Jedi engineers who understood the relationship between technology and force manipulation better than any conventional researchers. The generator was designed to create artificial gravity wells of unprecedented strength, capable of crushing entire fleets by manipulating the fundamental forces that held matter together while using the victim's own mass as a weapon against them. The theoretical principles behind the mass shadow generator were sound, but its practical application required calculations and power sources that pushed the boundaries of what Republic technology could achieve. More dangerously, the device's operation required Force users to provide guidance and control that no mechanical system could duplicate, meaning that its activation would expose Jedi operators to energies and experiences that no living being had ever encountered. The risks were enormous, but Revan had concluded that they were acceptable given the alternative of allowing the war to continue until it consumed the entire galaxy. The final battle began when Mandalore the Ultimate led the largest fleet in his people's history to Malachor, believing that the isolated world would provide an ideal location for the decisive confrontation that would determine whether warrior culture or peaceful coexistence would dominate galactic civilization. The Mandalorian force consisted of thousands of ships crewed by the finest warriors their culture had ever produced, veterans of countless battles who had proven their worth through years of combat against increasingly sophisticated opponents. The Republic fleet that waited for them was smaller, but supported by technologies and tactics that had been refined through years of warfare, with every lesson learned from previous engagements incorporated into their battle plans and equipment configurations. Most importantly, the Republic forces were commanded by Jedi, whose understanding of the Force allowed them to coordinate their movements with a precision that made their smaller numbers less significant than they would have been in conventional warfare. The space battle that followed was one of the largest and most destructive engagements in galactic history, with both sides committing their most advanced ships and most experienced crews to a conflict that both knew would determine the war's outcome. Mandalorian fighters demonstrated the individual skill and adaptability that had made them legendary, while Republic formations used superior coordination and force-enhanced tactics to achieve local advantages that gradually shifted the battle's momentum in their favor. The personal combat between Revan and Mandalore the Ultimate took place simultaneously with the larger fleet engagement, as both leaders recognized that their individual confrontation would have symbolic importance that transcended its immediate military significance. The duel was fought not just with lightsabers and conventional weapons, but with competing philosophies of strength and leadership, each combatant representing fundamental principles about the proper relationship between power and responsibility. Mandalore the Ultimate was a warrior whose skill had been proven through decades of combat against the galaxy's finest opponents, a being whose understanding of warfare encompassed not just tactics and strategy, but the psychological and spiritual dimensions of conflict that determined victory and defeat. His fighting style reflected the Mandalorian philosophy of adaptability and improvisation, using techniques that had been developed through centuries of clan warfare, while incorporating innovations that he had learned from studying Jedi combat methods. Revan's approach to the duel demonstrated how his years of military command had changed him from the idealistic young Jedi who had first defied the Council to join the war effort. His fighting style had evolved to incorporate techniques and strategies that prioritized effectiveness over adherence to traditional Jedi principles, using methods that would have horrified his former teachers while achieving results that conventional approaches could never have accomplished. The outcome of their personal combat was decided when Revan succeeded in killing Mandalore the Ultimate in single combat, but the victory came at a cost that would haunt him for the rest of his existence. The final moments of the duel required him to tap into emotional and spiritual resources that violated everything he had been taught about proper force usage, drawing on anger and hatred in ways that created a permanent connection to the dark side that could never be completely severed. The death of Mandalore, the Ultimate, should have ended the battle and the war, but Revan had prepared a final stroke that would ensure the conflict could never resume under any circumstances. The activation of the mass shadow generator created a gravitational anomaly that consumed most of both fleets, crushing ships and crews with forces that turned starships into compressed metal fragments while sending shock waves through hyperspace that could be felt throughout the galaxy. The destruction was so complete and devastating that it created what Force users would later describe as a wound in the Force itself, a scar on reality that would persist for thousands of years as a reminder of the price that had been paid for peace. The planet Malachor 5 was torn apart by the gravitational forces unleashed by the generator, its mass redistributed into a field of debris that would remain hazardous to navigation while radiating dark-side energy that drove Force sensitives insane. Among the Republic forces at Malachor was a Jedi whose connection to the Force would be permanently severed by exposure to the mass shadow generator's effects, creating the being who would later be known as the Exile. This individual's experience of being cut off from the Force while witnessing the death of thousands of comrades created a unique form of psychological and spiritual trauma that would have implications extending far beyond the immediate aftermath of the battle. The victory at Malachor effectively ended Mandalorian resistance to Republic expansion, but it also marked the beginning of Revan's transformation from hero to villain, as the methods he had used to achieve victory continued to influence his thinking and decision-making in ways that gradually corrupted his fundamental nature. The knowledge that he had been willing to sacrifice thousands of his own followers to achieve a strategic objective created doubts about his commitment to the principles he claimed to serve, while the dark side energy he had absorbed during his duel with Mandalore began to affect his perception of reality in subtle but significant ways. The period immediately following the war's end was characterized by celebration throughout Republic space, as populations that had lived under the threat of Mandalorian conquest for years finally felt safe to resume normal life. Revan was hailed as the Republic's greatest hero, the brilliant strategist whose courage and determination had saved galactic civilization from destruction. Parades and ceremonies honored the veterans who had fought under his command, while monuments were erected to commemorate the sacrifices that had made victory possible. But even as the galaxy celebrated, Revan was struggling with the psychological aftermath of the choices he had made during the war's final phases. The weight of responsibility for the deaths at Malachor, combined with the gradual realization that his methods had violated many of the principles he had once held sacred, created a crisis of conscience that was compounded by his growing awareness of how the dark side energy he had absorbed was affecting his thinking and emotional responses. The corruption process was accelerated by Revan's decision to investigate the source of the strange signals and influences that had guided Mandalorian strategy during the war's later phases. Intelligence gathered from captured Mandalorian commanders suggested that their invasion had been encouraged and supported by a hidden power that operated from beyond the edges of known space, an entity or organization that had viewed the war as a means of weakening both Republic and Mandalorian forces in preparation for some larger plan. Revan's journey into the unknown regions was undertaken with the best of intentions, as he believed that identifying and neutralizing this hidden threat was necessary to prevent future conflicts that might prove even more devastating than the war that had just ended. He brought with him Malak and several other Jedi who had served under his command during the war, followers whose loyalty and shared experiences made them natural companions for such a dangerous mission. The expedition that departed Republic space in search of the true enemy was well equipped and carefully planned, with ships and resources that should have been adequate for any mission they might encounter. What they found in the depths of the unknown regions was something that no amount of preparation could have made them ready to face: the remnants of the ancient Sith Empire that had been watching and waiting for exactly the kind of opportunity that their manipulation of the Mandalorian conflict had created. The Sith Emperor who ruled over this hidden empire was a being whose power and longevity exceeded anything that the Republic Jedi had ever encountered, an entity that had survived since the original hyperspace war while accumulating knowledge and strength that made him effectively immortal. His plan for galactic conquest was based not on military force alone, but on the corruption and conversion of the Republic's most capable defenders, turning their own strengths against them, while using their knowledge and abilities to overcome the weaknesses that had caused previous Sith campaigns to fail. The process by which Revan and his followers were corrupted was gradual and sophisticated, using techniques that had been refined through centuries of experimentation with captured Jedi and other Force users. The Emperor's approach was based on the recognition that direct assault on a strong will was likely to fail, while subtle manipulation that appeared to serve the victim's own goals and values could achieve complete control without triggering the psychological defenses that would normally protect against such influence. The corruption began with the revelation of genuine threats that justified the use of increasingly extreme measures. As the Emperor demonstrated that the Republic faced dangers that conventional Jedi methods could never address adequately, he provided Revan with knowledge and techniques that enhanced his abilities while solving problems that had seemed intractable, creating a sense of dependency and gratitude that made more significant compromises seem reasonable and necessary. The transformation of Revan from Republic hero to Sith Lord was not a sudden conversion, but a gradual process that took place over months or years of exposure to the Emperor's influence and the dark side energies that permeated his domain. Each step seemed logical and justified, given the information that Revan possessed at the time, but the cumulative effect was to remake his fundamental nature, while preserving enough of his original personality to ensure his continued effectiveness as a tool of Sith policy. The final stage of Revan's corruption was marked by his acceptance of the title of Darth Revan and his embrace of Sith philosophy as a superior approach to galactic governance, justified by the argument that only through strength and control could the chaos and suffering that had characterized the recent wars be prevented. His return to Republic space as a conqueror rather than a liberator represented the completion of one of the most successful recruitment operations in Sith history, turning the Republic's greatest asset into its most dangerous enemy. Master Ketu's voice carries profound sadness as he concludes this chapter of the Chronicle, reflecting on how the same qualities that had made Revan a great hero, his intelligence, determination, and willingness to make difficult choices, had also made him vulnerable to corruption when those qualities were turned towards serving the dark side. The transformation illustrates the tragic irony that often characterizes the relationship between good and evil, as the very virtues that define heroism can become the instruments of villainy when guided by corrupted wisdom and misdirected purpose. Master Ketu's consciousness trembles with the agony of memories as we enter the darkest period in Jedi history. The years 3957 to 3956 before Yavin, when the Order faced its greatest nightmare, made manifest the return of its former champions as conquerors bent on destroying everything they had once sworn to protect. The Jedi Civil War represented more than a military conflict between opposing political factions. It was a fundamental assault on the nature of reality itself, as those who had once been the galaxy's greatest defenders of peace and justice now wielded their knowledge and abilities in service of conquest and domination. The return of Revan and Malak to Republic space came without warning, as massive Sith fleets emerged from hyperspace above worlds that had celebrated their heroism less than a decade before. The ships they commanded were unlike anything in Republic records, vessels that combined advanced technology with dark side enhancements to create weapons of war that exceeded the capabilities of conventional military forces. These were not the crude warships of previous Sith invasions, but sophisticated instruments of conquest designed by minds that understood both Republic weaknesses and the most effective methods for exploiting them. The initial shock of Revan's betrayal was almost as devastating to Republic morale as the military defeats that followed, as populations that had viewed him as their greatest protector struggled to comprehend how their savior had become their destroyer. The psychological impact of this reversal could not be measured in terms of lost territories or destroyed fleets, but in the fundamental challenge it posed to the Republic's understanding of heroism, sacrifice, and the reliability of those entrusted with power. If Revan could fall to the dark side, then no one was beyond corruption, and no victory was permanent enough to guarantee lasting peace. The Sith fleet that had followed Revan back from the unknown regions was massive beyond anything the Republic had prepared to face, consisting of thousands of capital ships, supported by fighter squadrons that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. More significantly, these forces were commanded by officers who had learned their skills fighting against Republic tactics during the Mandalorian Wars, giving them insights into enemy capabilities and weaknesses that made conventional defensive strategies obsolete before they could be implemented. The technology that equipped Sith forces represented a fusion of Republic engineering, with techniques learned from the ancient Sith Empire, creating weapons and defenses that operated on principles that Republic scientists could neither understand nor effectively counter. Sith starships were powered by reactors that drew energy from the dark side itself, giving them capabilities that exceeded Republic vessels in every category, while providing power for weapon systems that could devastate entire city districts with single volleys. Perhaps more terrifying than their technological advantages were the Force users who served as officers and elite troops within the Sith military hierarchy. These were not the crude dark side adepts that had served previous Sith Lords, but former Jedi whose training and abilities had been enhanced through exposure to ancient Sith knowledge, while their moral restraints had been systematically eliminated through corruption techniques that had been refined over millennia. They fought with the skill and dedication of Jedi while serving goals that were antithetical to everything the Order represented. The corruption of so many former Jedi to serve the Sith cause represented one of the most disturbing aspects of Revan's invasion, as it demonstrated that even the most dedicated servants of the light could be turned into agents of darkness through the right combination of pressure and manipulation. The process by which Republic heroes became Sith Lords followed patterns that had been established during Revan's own fall, beginning with reasonable arguments about the necessity of accepting greater power to protect innocent lives, then gradually introducing concepts and techniques that violated Jedi principles while appearing to serve worthy goals. The Republic's military response to the Sith invasion was hampered by many of the same factors that had made their reaction to previous threats inadequate. But the situation was complicated by the fact that their enemies understood Republic capabilities and tactics better than any previous foe. Revan had helped design many of the defensive strategies that the Republic was now trying to use against him, while his knowledge of Republic infrastructure and resources allowed him to target weaknesses that conventional enemies might never have discovered. The early battles of the war demonstrated the extent to which Sith advantages in technology and leadership made conventional military resistance futile, as Republic fleets were systematically destroyed by enemies who seemed to anticipate every tactical move and counter every strategic decision. The Battle of Forost saw an entire Republic battle group eliminated in less than an hour, while the Siege of Telos resulted in the devastation of one of the Republic's most important industrial worlds. The psychological warfare that accompanied these military defeats was carefully designed to maximize the impact of each Sith victory, while encouraging defections from Republic forces that would weaken enemy resistance while strengthening Sith capabilities. Revan's propaganda emphasized themes of strength, order, and the failure of democratic institutions to provide adequate protection for their citizens, arguments that seemed increasingly persuasive as Republic defeats mounted and civilian casualties multiplied. The Jedi Order's response to the crisis was complicated by the philosophical implications of fighting against former colleagues whose corruption challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of the Force and the reliability of Jedi training. Many masters argued that conventional military action was inadequate for dealing with enemies whose power came from the dark side, while others maintained that the Order's primary responsibility was to oppose Sith influence regardless of the personal cost to individual Jedi. The most controversial aspect of the Jedi response was the decision to develop new techniques and strategies specifically designed to counter dark side abilities, methods that pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable within traditional Jedi philosophy. These innovations included meditation practices that allowed Jedi to resist Sith manipulation while maintaining their connection to the light side, combat techniques that could counter dark side enhanced fighting styles, and most controversially, interrogation methods that could extract information from captured Sith without falling to corruption themselves. The development of these new approaches created divisions within the Jedi Order that reflected broader questions about the proper relationship between means and ends, as some masters argued that fighting darkness required accepting some degree of moral compromise, while others maintained that any deviation from traditional principles would inevitably lead to the same corruption that had claimed Revan and his followers. The most significant development in the Jedi response came with the emergence of Bastila Shan, a young knight whose unique force ability known as battle meditation allowed her to coordinate the thoughts and actions of entire fleets, while enhancing their effectiveness in ways that could partially offset Sith technological advantages. Bastila's power was unlike anything that had been documented in Jedi records, allowing her to influence the outcome of large-scale battles through techniques that operated on the boundary between light and dark side manipulation. The discovery of Bastila's abilities led to the development of new tactical doctrines that centered on supporting and protecting her during major engagements. While her presence provided Republic forces with hope that the war could eventually be won, despite the overwhelming advantages that Sith forces possessed. Her youth and relative inexperience were balanced by natural talent that exceeded anything her teachers had encountered, making her both an invaluable asset and a vulnerable target for Sith recruitment efforts. The war's middle phase was characterized by increasingly desperate measures on both sides as the conflict escalated beyond anything that either Republic or Sith leadership had originally intended. The search for decisive advantages led to the development of new weapons and tactics that pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in civilized warfare, while the psychological pressure of constant combat began to affect the mental stability of commanders and troops on both sides. The most significant turning point came when Jedi intelligence services succeeded in locating Revan's flagship and developing a plan for a direct assault that might eliminate the Sith leadership before their conquest could be completed. The mission was recognized as extremely dangerous, with little chance of success and virtually no possibility that the participants would survive even if they achieved their objectives. But the desperate situation made even the most unlikely strategies worth attempting. The strike team that was assembled for this mission represented some of the most skilled and dedicated Jedi in the Order, volunteers who understood that they were almost certainly accepting a suicide mission while believing that their sacrifice might save countless innocent lives. The planning for the operation required months of careful preparation, as every aspect of Sith defenses had to be analyzed and countered while maintaining absolute secrecy to prevent the enemy from learning about the attack before it could be launched. The assault on Revan's flagship was carried out with a precision and coordination that reflected the desperation of the Republic's situation, as Jedi strike teams fought their way through defenses that combined advanced technology with dark side sorcery to reach the command deck, where Revan and Malak were directing the Sith war effort. The battle that followed was fought on multiple levels simultaneously, with physical combat between lightsabers accompanied by a struggle of wills that took place entirely within the Force. The climax of the mission came when Malak, recognizing that the Jedi assault might succeed in capturing or killing his master, made the decision to betray Revan by ordering the bombardment of his own flagship while the Dark Lord was still aboard. This act of treachery was motivated not by any return to the light side, but by ambition and the recognition that Revan's capture would provide him with an opportunity to seize control of the Sith Empire for himself. The bombardment that Malak ordered was intended to kill everyone aboard the flagship, including Revan, the Jedi strike team, and the ship's crew, But the explosion occurred at the precise moment when Bastila was attempting to capture Revan through the Force rather than kill him. The combination of the ship's destruction and Bastila's battle meditation created a unique situation that allowed the Jedi to save Revan's life, while his consciousness was severely damaged by the trauma of near death and exposure to the conflicting energies present during the explosion. The rescue of Revan's unconscious form represented a victory for the Jedi, but it also created new problems as they struggled to determine what to do with a prisoner whose knowledge and abilities made him too dangerous to hold, while his potential value as a source of intelligence about Sith plans made his execution equally problematic. The solution that was eventually developed represented one of the most controversial decisions in Jedi history, as the Council chose to use Force techniques to erase Revan's memories and implant a new personality that would allow him to serve the Republic while remaining unaware of his true identity. The memory reconstruction process was performed by the most skilled Jedi healers and telepaths in the Order, but it was recognized as an experimental procedure that violated many traditional principles about the sanctity of individual consciousness and the proper limits of Force manipulation. The justification for taking such extreme measures was based on the desperate circumstances of the war and the potential benefits that could result from gaining access to Revan's knowledge and abilities without the corruption that had made him an enemy of everything he once represented. The new identity that was created for Revan was designed to preserve his essential capabilities while eliminating the memories and personality traits that had led to his fall to the dark side. The process was partially successful, as the individual who emerged from the healing chambers retained Revan's Force sensitivity and strategic brilliance while genuinely believing himself to be a Republic soldier whose past had been lost due to combat injuries. However, the artificial nature of his new memories and the suppression of his true identity created psychological instabilities that would have significant implications for his future development and the ultimate outcome of the war. The deployment of the reconstructed Revan as an agent working to locate and destroy the source of Sith military power represented a gamble with stakes that extended far beyond the immediate military situation. If the memory suppression held and his new personality remained stable, the Republic would gain an invaluable asset whose knowledge of Sith plans and capabilities could turn the tide of the war. But if his true identity was discovered, or his original memories began to resurface, the consequences could be even more catastrophic than his original betrayal. Master Ketu's voice carries deep uncertainty as he describes the period following Revan's capture and reconstruction, knowing that the techniques used to create his new identity represented a fundamental violation of the principles that the Jedi Order claimed to serve, while acknowledging that the desperate circumstances of the war made such measures seem necessary and justified to those who implemented them. Master Ketu's voice becomes a whisper of cosmic horror as we descend into the abyss of the years 3955 to 3950, when the galaxy faced a threat so fundamentally alien to conventional understanding that it challenged the very nature of existence itself. The Sith Triumvirate represented not merely another iteration of dark side corruption, but something far more terrible, beings who had transcended the normal boundaries between life and death, between individual consciousness and cosmic force, between creation and entropy itself. Their emergence marked the beginning of what historians would later call the Dark Times, a period when the Force itself seemed to turn against the living galaxy, and when the very concept of hope became a luxury that few could afford. The devastation of LOTR 5 had created more than a military victory or a wound in the Force. It had fundamentally altered the relationship between conscious beings and the cosmic energy that connected all living things. The gravitational catastrophe unleashed by the mass shadow generator had torn holes in reality itself, creating spaces where the normal laws of physics ceased to function and where the Force flowed in patterns that drove Force sensitives to madness or death. These wounds became nexus points for energies and entities that existed beyond the conventional understanding of light and dark, creating opportunities for forms of consciousness that should never have been able to manifest in the material universe. From these cosmic scars emerged three beings whose very existence challenged everything that the galaxy thought it understood about the nature of power, consciousness, and the relationship between the living and the dead. They called themselves the Sith Lords, but they were something far more alien and terrible than any previous practitioners of the dark side, entities that had used the chaos and destruction of the recent wars to transform themselves into living embodiments of cosmic principles that were antithetical to organic existence. Darth Nihilus, the Lord of Hunger, had once been a survivor of Malachor V, whose exposure to the mass shadow generator's effects had severed his connection to his own life force while binding him to the wound in the force itself. The process had transformed him from a living being into something that existed primarily as an absence, a void in reality that could only sustain itself by consuming the life energy of others. His physical form had become little more than a collection of robes and armor held together by will and dark side energy, while his consciousness had expanded to encompass hunger on a cosmic scale. Nihilus's power was unlike anything that had been documented in the history of Force users, as he could drain the life from entire planets with a thought while growing stronger with each act of consumption. His appetite was not limited to individual beings, but extended to the Force itself, making him capable of creating dead zones in space where no Force sensitive could survive and where the very concept of life became meaningless. He was simultaneously the most powerful and most tragic of the Triumvirate, a being whose existence was defined by an insatiable need that could never be fulfilled, and whose continued survival required the destruction of everything he had once sought to protect. The second member of the Triumvirate was Darth Sion, the Lord of Pain, whose transformation had followed a different but equally horrifying path. Sion had been a Sith Lord during the Jedi Civil War, whose refusal to accept defeat had led him to use dark side techniques to sustain his life beyond the point where his physical form should have died. The process had bound his consciousness to his decaying body through chains of agony and hatred that made him effectively immortal, while ensuring that every moment of his existence was filled with suffering that would have driven lesser beings insane. Sion's undead state gave him abilities that transcended normal limitations, as his refusal to die made him nearly invulnerable to conventional weapons, while his constant pain enhanced his connection to the dark side in ways that allowed him to channel powers that living beings could never safely access. His appearance was that of a walking corpse held together by dark side energy and sheer force of will, with wounds that never healed and bones that had been broken so many times that they formed twisted sculptures of calcified agony. He was a living testament to the power of hatred and the terrible price that such emotions exact from those who embrace them without reservation. The third and most dangerous member of the Triumvirate was Darth Trier, whose true identity was hidden behind layers of deception and manipulation that made her the most complex and frightening of the three Sith Lords. Unlike her companions, whose transformations had been largely physical and spiritual, Trier's evolution had been primarily intellectual and philosophical, as she had used the chaos of the recent wars to develop insights into the nature of the Force that challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which both Jedi and Sith philosophies were based. Trier's power lay not in her ability to destroy worlds or refuse death, but in her understanding of the connections that bound all Force sensitives together, and her skill at manipulating those connections to achieve outcomes that seemed impossible through conventional means. She could influence events across vast distances by identifying and exploiting the weak points in the web of relationships that connected conscious beings, while her knowledge of both light and dark side techniques allowed her to corrupt or redeem individuals through methods that their training had never prepared them to recognize or resist. The most disturbing aspect of Tricey's philosophy was her belief that the Force itself was a malevolent entity that enslaved conscious beings by forcing them to follow predetermined patterns of behavior that served its own incomprehensible purposes. In her view, both Jedi and Sith were puppets dancing to the tune of a cosmic force that cared nothing for their individual desires or needs, and true freedom could only be achieved by severing the connections that bound all living things to this universal tyrant. The emergence of the Triumvirate coincided with what became known as the Great Jedi Purge, a systematic campaign to eliminate Force users throughout the galaxy that was more effective and devastating than any previous attempt to destroy the Order. Unlike earlier persecutions that had relied on conventional military force or political pressure, the purge was carried out through methods that turned the Jedi's own abilities against them while making their traditional strengths into fatal vulnerabilities. The purge began with the assassination of individual Jedi Masters who had survived the previous wars, killings that were carried out with such precision and stealth that they initially appeared to be unrelated incidents rather than part of a coordinated campaign. The methods used were specifically designed to leave no evidence that would allow investigators to identify the perpetrators or predict their next targets, while the psychological impact of each death was carefully calculated to create maximum fear and uncertainty among the surviving Jedi. As the campaign intensified, it became clear that the assassins possessed detailed knowledge of Jedi capabilities and training methods that allowed them to counter every defensive technique and anticipate every escape attempt. More disturbing was the discovery that many of the killings were being carried out by former Jedi whose corruption had been so complete and subtle that they had been able to operate undetected within the Order for years before revealing their true allegiance. The techniques used by these corrupted Jedi represented innovations in dark side manipulation that exceeded anything in previous Sith traditions, as they had learned to mask their fall from the light while using their continued access to Jedi facilities and information to identify and eliminate their former colleagues. Their methods were so effective that the Order's leadership began to question whether anyone could be trusted, creating an atmosphere of paranoia and suspicion that made effective resistance to the purge increasingly difficult. The most successful of these infiltrators was a figure known only as Atris, a former Jedi Master whose obsession with preserving Jedi knowledge had led her to collect and study dark side artifacts in direct violation of the Order's teachings. Her gradual corruption had been so subtle that she never recognized her own fall to the dark side, genuinely believing that her actions were serving the cause of preserving Jedi wisdom while actually furthering the Triumvirate's goals of eliminating Force users throughout the galaxy. Atres's secret archive became a focal point for Sith operations, as her collection of holocrons and artifacts provided resources that enhanced the Triumvirate's abilities, while her continued status as a respected Jedi Master gave them access to information about Order activities and personnel. Her facility served as a trap that lured surviving Jedi to their deaths while appearing to offer sanctuary and resources for those seeking to rebuild the Order's strength. The effectiveness of the purge was enhanced by the psychological warfare that accompanied the physical elimination of Jedi, as survivors were forced to confront the possibility that their dedication to serving the Force had made them complicit in their own destruction. The Triumvirate's propaganda emphasized themes of betrayal and futility, arguing that the Jedi's own principles had made them vulnerable to the very enemies they claimed to oppose, while their adherence to ancient traditions prevented them from adapting to changed circumstances. The most devastating aspect of this psychological campaign was its use of genuine philosophical insights to support conclusions that were fundamentally nihilistic and destructive. Tria's analysis of the relationship between the Force and free will contained elements of truth that made her arguments difficult to refute through conventional Jedi reasoning, while her demonstrations of how Force bonds could be manipulated to control behavior provided evidence that seemed to support her claims about the enslaving nature of the cosmic energy. The near extinction of the Jedi Order during this period was prevented only by the emergence of a single individual known as the Exile, a former Jedi whose unique relationship with the Force made them immune to many of the techniques that the Triumvirate used to locate and eliminate other Force users. The Exile's connection to the Force had been severed during the Battle of Malachor V, but rather than losing their abilities entirely, they had developed a different form of Force sensitivity that operated through connections to other living beings rather than direct manipulation of cosmic energy. This alternative approach to Force usage made the Exile nearly invisible to conventional detection methods, while providing them with capabilities that were uniquely suited for opposing the Triumvirate's plans. Their ability to form Force bonds with companions and allies created a network of relationships that could resist Sith manipulation while providing resources for rebuilding the foundations of Jedi resistance to the ongoing purge. The Exiles' journey to confront the Triumvirate led them through the remnants of the galactic civilization that had been devastated by decades of constant warfare, revealing the extent to which the conflicts of the recent past had damaged not just political and military institutions, but the fundamental social and economic structures that made complex civilization possible. Entire star systems had been depopulated by war and plague, while the breakdown of trade and communication networks had isolated worlds that had once been integral parts of galactic society. The gradual gathering of allies and resources that accompanied the Exile's mission provided hope that the cycle of destruction could be broken, but it also revealed the depth of the damage that had been inflicted on galactic civilization and the enormous challenges that would face anyone attempting to rebuild what had been lost. The very foundations of the Old Republic had been shaken by the revelations about Force manipulation and the vulnerability of democratic institutions to corruption by those who understood how to exploit the connections between consciousness and cosmic energy. The final confrontation between the Exile and the Triumvirate took place at the Trias Academy on Malachor V, where the wound in the Force had created an environment that amplified dark side powers while making traditional Jedi techniques ineffective or dangerous. The Academy itself was a monument to Sith philosophy and methodology, a place where the boundaries between different forms of consciousness had been deliberately blurred to create opportunities for the kind of transcendence that the Triumvirate represented. The battle against Darth Sion demonstrated the terrible cost of the Lord of Pain's immortality, as his refusal to accept death made conventional combat futile, while his constant agony enhanced his dark side abilities beyond anything that living opponents could match. Victory was achieved only when the Exile succeeded in convincing Sion that his continued existence served no purpose beyond perpetuating his own suffering, allowing him to finally accept the death that he had been denying for so long. The confrontation with Darth Nihilus revealed the true scope of the Lord of Hunger's power and the fundamental nature of the threat he represented to all life in the galaxy. His attempt to consume the Exile's life force failed because of their unique relationship with the Force, but the effort demonstrated that his appetite had grown to the point where he could potentially devour entire star systems if left unchecked. His defeat required not just martial skill but a fundamental understanding of the wound in the Force that had created him and the methods necessary to heal such cosmic injuries. The final battle with Darth Traya represented the ultimate test of the Exiles' understanding of the Force and their commitment to the principles that the Jedi Order represented. Traya's arguments about the enslaving nature of the Force and the futility of resistance to cosmic determinism were supported by genuine insights and demonstrations of power that made them difficult to dismiss through conventional reasoning. Victory required not just defeating her in combat, but developing a philosophical response to her challenges that could restore meaning and purpose to the concept of serving the light side of the Force. Master Ketu's voice carries profound relief as he describes the end of the Triumvirate's reign of terror, but his tone also reflects awareness that the damage they had inflicted on galactic civilization and the Jedi Order would require generations to heal, if indeed such healing was even possible, after such fundamental challenges to the nature of reality itself. Master Ketu's voice takes on a tone of weary vigilance as we enter the period from 3681 to 3653 years before Yavin, when the galaxy experienced what historians would later call the Cold War, a time of deceptive peace that masked preparations for conflicts that would dwarf anything that had come before. This era was characterized not by the open warfare that had defined previous decades, but by a more subtle and insidious form of struggle that took place in the shadows of diplomatic chambers, the depths of space, and the hidden corners of worlds where intelligence agencies fought battles that the general population never knew were happening. The Treaty of Coruscant that had ended the Great Galactic War was not a victory for either side, but a mutual recognition that continued warfare threatened to destroy both the Republic and the reconstituted Sith Empire that had emerged from the unknown regions under the leadership of the immortal Sith Emperor. The treaty divided the galaxy into spheres of influence that reflected military realities rather than historical claims or cultural preferences, creating borders that separated families and split ancient civilizations while establishing a framework for coexistence that both sides viewed as temporary and unsatisfactory. The Sith Empire that had emerged to challenge the Republic was unlike any previous incarnation of dark side civilization, as it represented not a collection of individual Sith Lords competing for power, but a unified state that operated according to principles that had been refined through centuries of careful planning and preparation. The Emperor who ruled this new empire was the same being who had corrupted Revan and Malak during their expedition to the unknown regions, an entity whose power and longevity exceeded anything in recorded galactic history, while his understanding of both political manipulation and force techniques made him the most dangerous opponent the Republic had ever faced. The Emperor's approach to galactic conquest was based on patience and systematic preparation, rather than the impulsive aggression that had characterized previous Sith campaigns. His plan involved decades or centuries of careful infiltration and corruption designed to weaken Republic institutions from within, while strengthening Sith capabilities through technological development and the recruitment of new dark side practitioners. The Cold War period was intended to provide the time necessary for these long-term strategies to achieve their objectives while maintaining the appearance of peaceful coexistence that would prevent Republic leaders from recognizing the true scope of the threat they faced. The division of the galaxy created by the Treaty of Coruscant established two roughly equal spheres of influence, with the Republic retaining control of the core worlds and many of the systems that had been its traditional strongholds, while the Sith Empire claimed territories in the Outer Rim and unknown regions that provided access to resources and populations that had been largely unexploited by previous galactic governments. The border between these spheres was marked not by fixed boundaries, but by contested zones where both sides maintained military forces, while engaging in the kind of low-level conflicts that could be disavowed if they threatened to escalate into open warfare. The reconstruction efforts that both sides undertook during the Cold War period reflected fundamentally different approaches to governance and social organization that illustrated the philosophical differences between Republic democracy and Sith authoritarianism. The Republic focused on rebuilding the economic and political institutions that had been damaged during the recent wars, emphasizing the restoration of trade networks and democratic processes that would allow member worlds to participate in their own governance while contributing to the broader galactic community. The Sith Empire's reconstruction efforts were directed toward creating a more efficient and centralized system of government that could mobilize resources and personnel more effectively than democratic institutions, while eliminating the factional conflicts and political debates that had made Republic decision-making slow and often inconsistent. The Empire's approach was based on meritocracy and hierarchy, with advancement through the ranks dependent on demonstrated competence and loyalty rather than popular approval or political connections. The intelligence services that both sides developed during this period represented innovations in espionage and covert operations that exceeded anything in previous galactic history, as the need to monitor enemy activities while concealing one's own preparations required capabilities that conventional military forces could not provide. The Republic's Strategic Information Service and the Empire's Imperial Intelligence became shadow organizations whose operatives worked throughout both spheres of influence while maintaining covers that allowed them to operate undetected for years or decades. The methods used by these intelligence agencies reflected the different values and capabilities of the governments they served, with Republic operatives relying primarily on technological surveillance and the recruitment of voluntary informants who supported democratic principles, while Imperial agents used more aggressive techniques including assassination, blackmail, and force-based manipulation to achieve their objectives. Both approaches had advantages and disadvantages that made the intelligence war a constantly evolving struggle where temporary victories by either side could be quickly reversed by changes in tactics or technology. The most significant development during the Cold War period was the emergence of independent organizations that operated outside the control of either major government while pursuing agendas that could potentially affect the balance of power between Republic and Empire. These groups included criminal cartels, mercenary companies, and religious or philosophical movements that had their own reasons for wanting to influence galactic politics while maintaining independence from the major powers. The most important of these independent organizations was the reconstituted Jedi Order, which had been rebuilt following the devastation of the Great Jedi Purge, but which maintained a more cautious and limited role than its predecessors had played in previous conflicts. The new Jedi leadership had learned from the failures and tragedies of earlier eras, developing policies and training methods designed to prevent the kind of corruption and schisms that had repeatedly weakened the Order during times of crisis. The Jedi approach to the Cold War was based on maintaining strict neutrality, while providing humanitarian assistance and conflict resolution services that could help prevent local disputes from escalating into larger conflicts that might destabilize the fragile peace between Republic and Empire. This policy was controversial within the Order, as many younger Jedi argued that neutrality in the face of Sith aggression was tantamount to collaboration with evil, while older masters maintained that direct involvement in political conflicts would inevitably lead to the same corruption that had claimed previous generations of Jedi. The philosophical debates that took place within the Jedi Order during this period reflected broader questions about the proper relationship between power and responsibility that had no easy answers, as the Order's commitment to peace and justice seemed to require both engagement with galactic politics and detachment from the kinds of compromises that such engagement inevitably demanded. The resolution of these debates would have significant implications for the Order's effectiveness during future crises and its ability to maintain the moral authority that made its interventions meaningful. The technological developments that occurred during the Cold War period were driven by military competition between Republic and Empire, as both sides sought to gain advantages that could prove decisive if and when open warfare resumed. The Republic focused on developing defensive systems and communication technologies that could help coordinate the activities of widely scattered democratic governments, while the Empire concentrated on weapons and surveillance systems that would enhance the effectiveness of centralized command structures. The most significant innovation was the development of hyperspace tracking technology that allowed real-time monitoring of ship movements across vast distances, capabilities that transformed intelligence gathering while creating new vulnerabilities that both sides had to guard against. The ability to track enemy fleet movements made surprise attacks more difficult while providing strategic intelligence that could influence political and military decision-making. But it also required constant innovation in stealth and concealment technologies to maintain operational security. The economic competition between Republic and Empire during the Cold War was as important as their military rivalry, as both sides recognized that long-term victory would depend on their ability to provide prosperity and security for their populations while maintaining the industrial capacity necessary to support large-scale military operations. The different economic systems that emerged reflected the political philosophies of each government, while creating opportunities for both cooperation and conflict between regions with different approaches to trade and development. The Republic's economic reconstruction was based on free trade principles and democratic decision-making that allowed member worlds to develop their resources according to local preferences while participating in galactic markets that provided opportunities for mutual benefit. This approach was generally successful in promoting prosperity and innovation, but it also created vulnerabilities that imperial agents could exploit through economic warfare and the manipulation of trade relationships. The empire's economic system was more centralized and controlled, with government agencies directing investment and resource allocation according to strategic priorities, while limiting individual freedom in favor of collective efficiency. This approach allowed more rapid mobilization of resources for specific projects, while reducing the economic disruptions that democratic debate and political competition could create. But it also limited innovation and created resentments that Republic intelligence services could exploit. The cultural and social developments that occurred during the Cold War period reflected the different values and priorities of Republic and imperial societies, as both sides sought to demonstrate the superiority of their way of life while countering enemy propaganda and influence operations. The Republic emphasized individual freedom and cultural diversity as strengths that made democratic civilization more adaptable and creative than authoritarian alternatives, while the Empire promoted order and unity as values that provided security and purpose that democratic chaos could never achieve. The educational systems that each side developed reflected these philosophical differences while serving as vehicles for transmitting values and preparing young people for the roles they would play in future conflicts. Republic schools emphasized critical thinking and individual initiative while teaching respect for democratic institutions and the rights of all sentient beings, while imperial academies focused on discipline and loyalty while providing technical training that would make students valuable contributors to the Empire's strategic objectives. The religious and philosophical movements that emerged during this period often served as proxies for the larger conflict between Republic and Empire, as both sides sought to influence popular opinion and recruit supporters through appeals to spiritual and moral values that transcended immediate political concerns. The Jedi Order's efforts to maintain neutrality made them a target for both sides, as Republic leaders wanted their support against Sith aggression, while Imperial agents sought to neutralize their influence or recruit them to serve the Empire's goals. The underground networks that developed during the Cold War period included resistance movements in Imperial territory that sought to undermine Sith control while providing intelligence and support for Republic operations, as well as pro-Imperial groups in Republic space that worked to weaken democratic institutions while preparing for the eventual return of open warfare. These networks operated according to cell structures and security protocols that made them difficult to detect and eliminate, while their activities created constant uncertainty about the loyalty and reliability of various populations and organizations. The proxy conflicts that occurred throughout the Cold War period allowed both sides to test their capabilities and strategies while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement in activities that violated the letter or spirit of the Treaty of Coruscant. These conflicts took place on worlds that were nominally independent, but which had strategic importance that made them valuable prizes for either Republic or Empire, with local disputes being manipulated and escalated to serve the broader competition between the major powers. The intelligence operations that both sides conducted during this period became increasingly sophisticated and dangerous, as the need to penetrate enemy security while protecting one's own secrets led to the development of techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in civilized warfare. The use of mind control, assassination, and other extreme methods became routine among intelligence operatives, while the constant threat of betrayal and infiltration created an atmosphere of paranoia and suspicion that affected decision-making at the highest levels of both governments. Master Keshu's voice grows heavy with foreboding as he describes the final years of the Cold War period, when the accumulated tensions and preparations of both sides were approaching the point where open conflict would become inevitable, regardless of the diplomatic efforts to maintain peace. Fragile stability that had been maintained through mutual exhaustion and fear was beginning to break down as new generations of leaders emerged who had not experienced the devastation of the previous wars and who believed that their side could achieve decisive victory if they were willing to take the necessary risks. Master Ketu's consciousness recoils with horror as we witness the eruption of the Great Galactic War in the year 3681 before Yavin, when the careful balance of the Cold War finally collapsed under the weight of accumulated tensions and the Sith Emperor's patient preparations reached their devastating culmination. This conflict would surpass all previous wars in its scope and savagery, as the full might of two galactic civilizations was unleashed in a struggle that would determine not just political control, but the fundamental nature of consciousness and civilization throughout known space. The war began not with a formal declaration or diplomatic crisis, but with a coordinated surprise attack that demonstrated the effectiveness of decades of Imperial intelligence gathering and strategic planning. Sith fleets emerged simultaneously from hyperspace above dozens of key Republic worlds, striking at targets that had been selected for maximum strategic and psychological impact while coordinating their operations with precision that spoke to years of careful preparation and rehearsal. The opening strike targeted the Republic's most important military installations, communication centers, and industrial facilities, seeking to cripple the democratic government's ability to coordinate resistance while eliminating the infrastructure necessary for sustained warfare. The attacks were timed to take advantage of Republic complacency and the dispersal of defensive forces that had occurred during the peaceful years of the Cold War, when military preparedness had been sacrificed for economic prosperity and political convenience. The Sith Empire that launched this devastating assault was no longer the scattered collection of dark side practitioners that had characterized previous incarnations of Sith power, but a unified military machine that combined advanced technology with dark side enhancements to create capabilities that exceeded anything the Republic had prepared to face. The Imperial military had been constructed according to principles that emphasized efficiency, hierarchy, and absolute dedication to the Emperor's will, creating armed forces that could execute complex operations with clockwork precision while adapting to changing circumstances through disciplined improvisation. The technology that equipped Imperial forces represented the culmination of centuries of research and development that had been conducted in secret, while the galaxy believed the Sith threat had been permanently eliminated. Imperial starships were powered by reactors that drew energy from the dark side itself, giving them speed and maneuverability that exceeded Republic vessels while providing power for weapons systems that could devastate entire continents with sustained bombardment. More significantly, these ships were crewed by beings whose loyalty had been ensured through techniques that combined traditional military discipline with force-based conditioning that made betrayal or desertion virtually impossible. The ground forces that supported Imperial fleet operations were equally formidable, consisting of professional soldiers whose training had been enhanced through exposure to Sith alchemy and dark side meditation techniques that increased their physical capabilities while eliminating the moral restraints that might interfere with the execution of orders. These troops were supported by war machines that seemed to be alive, vehicles and weapons created through techniques that merged technology with Sith sorcery to produce instruments of destruction that operated according to principles that Republic scientists could neither understand nor effectively counter. The Republic's response to the Imperial assault was hampered by the same factors that had made their reaction to previous threats inadequate. But the situation was complicated by the extent to which imperial infiltration had compromised Republic institutions and military capabilities. Years of careful intelligence work had allowed Sith agents to identify and eliminate key personnel while sabotaging critical systems, ensuring that the democratic government's attempts to coordinate resistance would be delayed and confused at precisely the moment when speed and clarity were most essential. The early battles of the war demonstrated the extent to which imperial advantages in planning and preparation could overcome the Republic's theoretical superiority in resources and population, as carefully coordinated Sith operations achieved objectives that should have required months of sustained effort, while Republic forces struggled to respond effectively to threats they had never anticipated. The Battle of Korriban saw the imperial reclamation of the ancient Sith homeworld accomplished in a matter of hours, while the siege of Alderaan resulted in the devastation of one of the Republic's most important core worlds. The psychological impact of these early defeats was carefully calculated to maximize the damage to Republic morale, while encouraging defections and collaboration that would further weaken democratic resistance. Imperial propaganda emphasized themes of strength, order, and the inevitability of Sith victory, while demonstrating through concrete examples that resistance was futile and that cooperation with the new galactic order would be rewarded while continued opposition would result in destruction. The most devastating blow came with the sacking of Coruscant itself, an operation that had been planned for decades and which represented the culmination of the Emperor's grand strategy for breaking Republic resistance. The attack on the galactic capital was not intended merely to capture territory or eliminate military targets, but to demonstrate that even the Republic's most sacred institutions and protected locations were vulnerable to imperial power, while providing opportunities for the kind of symbolic victories that could reshape galactic opinion about the war's likely outcome. The assault on Coruscant began with infiltration operations that had been in progress for years, as Imperial agents who had been positioned throughout the planet's government and security forces activated according to predetermined plans while sabotaging defensive systems and providing intelligence about Republic preparations. The coordination between these internal operatives and the external assault forces demonstrated the sophistication of Imperial planning while revealing the extent to which Sith influence had penetrated the very heart of democratic civilization. The space battle that accompanied the planetary assault was one of the largest and most destructive engagements in galactic history, as the Republic's home fleet fought desperately to protect the capital, while Imperial forces sought to break through defensive formations that had been designed to make Coruscant impregnable. The fighting was characterized by innovations in tactics and technology that pushed both sides beyond their previous limitations, with new weapons and strategies being improvised in real time, as the battle's outcome remained uncertain, despite the overwhelming Imperial advantages. The breakthrough that allowed Imperial forces to reach Coruscant's surface came when Sith infiltrators succeeded in disabling the planetary defense grid at the critical moment when Republic fleet formations were being overwhelmed by superior numbers and firepower. The collapse of the orbital defenses created opportunities for Imperial landing forces to establish beachheads on the planet's surface, while preventing Republic reinforcements from reaching the areas where the most critical fighting was taking place. The ground campaign for Coruscant was fought street by street and building by building, as Republic forces and civilian volunteers attempted to defend their homes and institutions against Imperial troops whose training and equipment made them nearly unstoppable in urban warfare. The fighting was particularly intense around government buildings and Jedi facilities, as both sides recognized that control of these symbolic locations would have psychological and political importance that extended far beyond their immediate military value. The Jedi Temple's defense became the focal point of Republic resistance on Coruscant, as the Order's most skilled masters and knights gathered to protect the repository of their ancient wisdom while providing inspiration for the civilian population that was struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the disaster that had befallen their world. The Temple's fall, when it finally came, marked not just a military defeat, but a spiritual catastrophe that would haunt the survivors for generations to come. The individual heroism displayed during the temple's defense was remarkable, as Jedi Masters who had devoted their lives to peace and contemplation found themselves forced to fight for the survival of everything they held sacred. Master Cao Sendarak's final stand in the temple's main hall became legendary among those who witnessed it, as he held off waves of Sith attackers while civilian evacuees escaped through passages that led to the building's lower levels. His death, when it finally came, was mourned not just by the Jedi Order, but by Republic citizens throughout the galaxy who recognized that they had lost one of their greatest protectors. The systematic destruction of the Jedi archives during the Temple assault represented a cultural catastrophe that exceeded even the military significance of the Imperial victory, as thousands of years of accumulated wisdom and knowledge were destroyed by enemies who understood that eliminating the past was essential for controlling the future. The techniques and philosophies that had been developed through millennia of careful study and meditation were lost forever, creating gaps in Jedi understanding that would cripple the Order's effectiveness for generations to come. The capture of the Republic Senate building was accomplished through a combination of military assault and political manipulation, as Imperial forces coordinated their attack with the activities of collaborators who had been working within the democratic government to undermine resistance from within. The speed with which the Republic's most important political institutions collapsed demonstrated the effectiveness of Imperial preparation while revealing weaknesses in democratic systems that had never been adequately addressed. The negotiations that led to the Treaty of Coruscant were conducted under circumstances that made meaningful resistance impossible, as Imperial forces controlled the galactic capital, while Republic fleets throughout the galaxy struggled to respond to simultaneous attacks that prevented them from concentrating their remaining strength for a counteroffensive. The treaty that emerged from these talks was less a negotiated settlement than a dictated peace that reflected Imperial military superiority, while providing the appearance of legitimacy that would make occupation and administration more manageable. The terms of the treaty divided the galaxy into spheres of influence that heavily favored the Sith Empire, while leaving the Republic with control over a reduced territory that included many of the core worlds but excluded most of the systems that had provided resources and strategic depth during previous conflicts. The agreement also included provisions for reparations and tribute that would ensure Imperial economic advantages while preventing the Republic from rebuilding its military capabilities to levels that might threaten the new galactic order. The human cost of the Great Galactic War was unprecedented in galactic history, as entire populations were displaced by fighting, while billions of beings died in conflicts that many never fully understood. The Imperial strategy of targeting civilian infrastructure and population centers meant that the war's impact extended far beyond military casualties to include famine, disease, and social collapse that killed more people than direct combat operations, while creating conditions that would persist for decades after the formal end of hostilities. The psychological trauma inflicted on survivors was equally devastating, as the knowledge that such conflicts were possible shattered the optimistic assumptions about galactic progress and democratic stability that had characterized the previous era. The idea that civilization naturally evolved toward greater peace and cooperation was replaced by a darker understanding of the universe as a place where vigilance was the price of survival and where the forces of destruction were always seeking opportunities to undo the work of generations. The technological innovations that emerged from the war had lasting implications for galactic civilization, as both sides developed new weapons and tactics that would influence military doctrine for centuries to come, while creating capabilities that posed ongoing threats to civilian populations. The use of planet-killing weapons and mass destruction techniques during the conflict established precedents that would be difficult to abandon once the immediate crisis had passed, while the intelligence gathering and surveillance methods that had proven so effective created temptations for their use in peacetime governance. The political changes that resulted from the war extended far beyond the formal division of territory established by the treaty, as the conflict had demonstrated the vulnerability of democratic institutions to organized assault, while revealing the effectiveness of authoritarian systems in mobilizing resources for large-scale operations. These lessons would influence governance throughout the galaxy for generations to come, as worlds that had previously embraced democratic principles began to question whether such systems were adequate for ensuring security in a dangerous universe. The religious and philosophical implications of the war were equally profound, as the Sith victory challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between good and evil, while demonstrating that dark side philosophy could achieve practical results that light side idealism could not match. The Jedi Order's failure to prevent the catastrophe raised questions about the effectiveness of their traditional approaches to conflict resolution, while the success of Imperial methods suggested that perhaps there were situations where cooperation and peaceful negotiation were inadequate responses to existential threats. Master K2's voice carries profound sadness as he describes the war's conclusion, knowing that the victory that had seemed so complete and decisive for the Sith Empire contained the seeds of future conflicts that would prove even more devastating than the catastrophe that had just ended. The patterns of violence and retaliation that had been established during the Great Galactic War would continue to shape galactic politics for millennia to come, while the lessons learned by both sides would be applied in ways that made future peace increasingly difficult to achieve and maintain. Master Ketu's voice becomes hollow with disbelief as we approach the year 3636 before Yavin, when the galaxy faced a threat so unprecedented and overwhelming that it rendered the ancient conflicts between Republic and Sith Empire meaningless in the face of conquest by forces that operated according to principles that no previous civilization had ever encountered. The emergence of the Eternal Empire from the depths of wild space represented not just another iteration of galactic warfare, but the arrival of a power whose very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of the Force, consciousness, and the relationship between organic life and cosmic energy. The first signs of this new threat came not through military action or diplomatic contact, but through the mysterious disappearance of exploration vessels and frontier settlements that had been operating in the regions beyond the galaxy's mapped boundaries. These losses were initially attributed to the hazards of deep space exploration and the unpredictable dangers that had always made such ventures risky, but the pattern of disappearances suggested something far more systematic and intelligent than natural phenomena or random piracy. The truth about what was happening in wild space was more disturbing than anyone could have imagined, as an entire civilization had been developing in isolation for thousands of years, while perfecting technologies and techniques that merged organic consciousness with artificial intelligence in ways that created capabilities exceeding anything that purely biological or mechanical systems could achieve. This civilization called itself the Eternal Empire, and it was ruled by a being whose power and ambition dwarfed even the immortal Sith Emperor who had dominated galactic politics for centuries. The entity known as Valkorion was far more than a simple ruler or military commander, representing instead a fusion of consciousness and cosmic energy that had transcended the normal limitations of individual existence, while retaining the focus and will necessary for directing vast technological and military resources towards specific objectives. His transformation had been achieved through techniques that combined ancient Force traditions with innovations in consciousness transfer and artificial intelligence that had been developed by the most advanced scientists and philosophers in his domain. Valkorion's empire was built around principles that had never been successfully implemented on such a scale, creating a society where individual identity was subordinated to collective consciousness, while technological capabilities were enhanced through direct interface between organic minds and artificial intelligence systems. The result was a civilization that could coordinate its activities with precision that exceeded anything achieved through conventional command structures, while adapting to changing circumstances through innovations that emerged from the merger of biological creativity and mechanical efficiency. The discovery of the greater galaxy had provided Valkorion with an opportunity to test his empire's capabilities against opponents whose power and sophistication would require the full deployment of resources and techniques that had been developed through millennia of careful preparation. His decision to launch a campaign of galactic conquest was motivated not by simple territorial ambition, but by a philosophical conviction that the chaotic and inefficient civilizations that dominated known space represented obstacles to the evolution of consciousness that could only be overcome through the application of superior organization and technology. The eternal fleet that emerged from wild space to begin the conquest of the galaxy was unlike anything that had been seen in previous conflicts, consisting of vessels that seemed to operate according to principles that violated conventional understanding of physics and engineering. These ships appeared to be partially alive, responding to their commanders' intentions with an immediacy and precision that suggested direct neural interface between crew and vessel, while their weapons and defensive systems operated at levels of efficiency that made conventional military technology seem primitive by comparison. The fleet's most remarkable characteristic was its apparent ability to replace losses automatically, as destroyed vessels were somehow reconstructed or replaced through processes that observers could neither understand nor predict. This capability made conventional attrition warfare futile, while providing the Eternal Empire with strategic advantages that rendered traditional military doctrine obsolete. The psychological impact of fighting an enemy whose losses were immediately replaced was devastating to morale, as it created the impression that resistance was not just difficult, but fundamentally pointless. The initial phase of the Eternal Empire's conquest focused on eliminating the leadership of both Republic and Sith Empire, while demonstrating the futility of resistance through displays of overwhelming technological superiority. Rather than engaging in the kind of systematic territorial conquest that had characterized previous galactic wars, Valkorion's forces struck directly at the centers of power and decision-making that controlled both major civilizations, seeking to create conditions where surrender would seem preferable to continued resistance. The capture of both the Republic's Supreme Chancellor and the Sith Emperor was accomplished through operations that demonstrated capabilities that exceeded anything in the intelligence services of either target civilization. The speed and precision with which these operations were carried out suggested access to information and resources that should have been impossible for any external force to obtain, while the methods used indicated technological capabilities that bordered on the miraculous. The most disturbing aspect of these operations was the revelation that Valkorion possessed detailed knowledge about the internal politics and security arrangements of both Republic and Sith Empire. Information that could only have been obtained through surveillance methods that had operated undetected for years or decades. This knowledge suggested that the Eternal Empire had been monitoring galactic civilization far longer than anyone had suspected, while the precision of their intelligence gathering indicated capabilities that made conventional concepts of operational security meaningless. The disappearance of both galactic leaders created a power vacuum that the Eternal Empire was prepared to fill through the deployment of administrative and military resources that had been specifically designed for the governance of conquered territories. Rather than simply destroying existing institutions, Valkorion's forces sought to convert them to serve the purposes of the new galactic order, while eliminating sources of resistance through methods that combined technological surveillance with psychological manipulation. The being known as the Outlander, who would eventually emerge as the primary opponent of Eternal Empire expansion, was initially just another casualty of Valkorion's conquest. A Force user whose capture during the early phases of the invasion had been intended to provide intelligence about resistance capabilities, while demonstrating the futility of opposing superior power. The decision to place this individual in carbonite suspension, rather than eliminating them immediately, would prove to be one of the few miscalculations in Valkorian's otherwise flawless campaign. The years of Eternal Empire rule that followed the initial conquest demonstrated both the efficiency and the limitations of Valkorian's approach to galactic governance, as his technological superiority allowed the implementation of administrative systems that exceeded anything achieved by previous civilizations, while his lack of understanding of organic psychology created vulnerabilities that eventually undermined his apparently invincible position. The empire that he created was a marvel of organization and efficiency, but it was also sterile and oppressive in ways that made long-term stability impossible. The world of Zakaul, which served as the capital of the Eternal Empire, represented the culmination of Valkorian's vision of perfect civilization, a society where technology and consciousness had been merged to create living conditions that exceeded anything available elsewhere in the galaxy, while eliminating the conflicts and inefficiencies that characterized democratic or authoritarian systems. The city that covered most of the planet's surface was a work of art and engineering that demonstrated capabilities that seemed almost godlike to visitors from conventional civilizations. The inhabitants of Zakaul lived lives that were enhanced by technologies that provided access to information, entertainment, and experiences that would have been impossible under normal circumstances, while their physical and intellectual capabilities were augmented through direct interface with artificial intelligence systems that responded to their needs and desires with supernatural precision. The society that resulted from these innovations was prosperous and peaceful in ways that made it seem like paradise to those who had experienced the chaos and suffering of galactic warfare. But the perfection of Zakulian civilization was achieved at a cost that became apparent only to those who looked beneath the surface of its technological marvels, as the integration of consciousness with artificial intelligence had gradually eroded the individual identity and creative independence that were essential for genuine happiness and spiritual growth. The inhabitants of Valkorian's empire were not truly alive in any meaningful sense, but rather sophisticated extensions of their ruler's will that had been programmed to believe they were experiencing freedom and fulfillment. The family dynamics that developed within Valkorian's household reflected the broader tensions and contradictions inherent in his empire, as his children Arkan and Valen struggled with the psychological pressures of being raised in an environment where love and affection were subordinated to the requirements of galactic conquest and administrative efficiency. Their rivalry and eventual rebellion against their father's authority would provide the catalyst for the empire's eventual downfall, as organic emotions and desires proved more powerful than technological control and artificial consciousness. Arkan's transformation from dutiful son to parricide was motivated by a combination of jealousy and genuine philosophical disagreement with his father's approach to governance and the treatment of conquered populations. His belief that the Eternal Empire could be reformed rather than simply administered led him to challenge Valkorian's authority in ways that revealed weaknesses in the Emperor's seemingly perfect system of control, while providing opportunities for resistance movements that had been suppressed but not eliminated. The civil war that erupted within the Eternal Empire following Valkorian's apparent death created conditions that allowed the Outlander to escape from carbonite suspension and begin building the alliance that would eventually challenge the Empire's dominance over galactic affairs. This resistance movement represented something new in galactic politics, as it brought together Republic and Sith Empire forces in a cooperation that transcended their traditional animosity, while demonstrating that even the most advanced technological civilization could be vulnerable to determined opposition. The alliance between traditional enemies was made possible by the recognition that the Eternal Empire represented a threat to the fundamental principles that both Republic and Sith civilizations valued, as Valkorian's approach to governance eliminated not just democratic institutions, but also the individual ambition and competitive struggle that were essential to Sith philosophy. The common threat created opportunities for cooperation that had never existed during the centuries of conflict between these civilizations. The military campaigns that gradually weakened Eternal Empire control over galactic territories were characterized by innovations in strategy and tactics that took advantage of the Empire's over-reliance on technological solutions while exploiting the psychological vulnerabilities that resulted from the suppression of organic creativity and independence. The Alliance learned to fight asymmetric warfare that avoided direct confrontation with superior Eternal Fleet capabilities while targeting the administrative and surveillance systems that maintained Imperial control. The most significant weakness in the Eternal Empire's position was its dependence on Valkorian's consciousness and will for maintaining the integration between technological and organic components of the Imperial system. When his attention was divided by internal conflicts and external resistance, the efficiency and coordination that had made his empire invincible began to deteriorate while creating opportunities for rebellion and defection that had previously been impossible. The revelation that Valkorian's consciousness had survived his physical death and was manipulating events from beyond the grave added a supernatural dimension to the conflict that challenged the assumptions and capabilities of all participants. His ability to influence events through possession and mental manipulation created uncertainties that made conventional military and political strategies inadequate while requiring the development of new approaches to conflict that incorporated spiritual and metaphysical considerations. The final confrontation between the Outlander and Valkorian took place not on any physical battlefield, but within the realm of consciousness itself, as the struggle for control of the galaxy became a battle between different concepts of identity, freedom, and the proper relationship between individual will and cosmic power. The outcome of this conflict would determine not just political control, but the fundamental nature of consciousness and reality throughout the known galaxy. The defeat of Valkorian and the dissolution of the Eternal Empire created opportunities for the restoration of the traditional balance between Republic and Sith civilizations, but it also left behind technological and philosophical legacies that would continue to influence galactic development for centuries to come. The knowledge and capabilities that had been developed during the Empire's brief dominance could not simply be forgotten, while the questions it had raised about the nature of consciousness and identity would continue to challenge the assumptions of future generations. Master Ketu's voice carries a note of relief as he describes the end of the Eternal Empire's threat, but his tone also reflects awareness that the galaxy had been fundamentally changed by the encounter with forces that operated according to principles that transcended conventional understanding of politics, warfare, and the relationship between organic life and technological capability. The victory had been achieved, but at a cost that included the loss of innocence about the limitations of both Republic democracy and Sith authoritarianism when faced with challenges that exceeded their conceptual frameworks. Master Ketu's voice becomes weary with the accumulated weight of centuries as we enter the longest and most devastating period of conflict in galactic history, the 2000 years from 2000 BBY to 1000 BBY. That would become known as the New Sith Wars, an era when the cycle of destruction and renewal that had characterized previous conflicts became a permanent feature of galactic civilization. This period represented not just another war between opposing ideologies, but the institutionalization of warfare itself as the primary means of resolving political and philosophical differences, creating conditions where entire generations lived and died without ever experiencing lasting peace. The New Sith Wars began not with a single dramatic event or declaration of hostilities, but through the gradual breakdown of the political arrangements that had maintained stability following the defeat of the Eternal Empire. The restoration of the traditional balance between Republic and Sith Empire had proved to be more difficult than anyone had anticipated, as both civilizations had been fundamentally changed by their experiences during the conquest and occupation that had temporarily united them against a common enemy. The Republic that emerged from the Eternal Empire period was no longer the optimistic democratic federation that had characterized previous eras, but a more militaristic and centralized organization that had learned harsh lessons about the inadequacy of peaceful institutions when faced with existential threats. The experience of occupation and resistance had created a political culture that emphasized security and preparedness over individual freedom and democratic deliberation, while the technological innovations that had been developed during the war against Valkorion created temptations for their use in peacetime governance. Similarly, the Sith Empire that reconstituted itself after the fall of the Eternal Empire was different from its predecessors, as the experience of cooperation with Republic forces had demonstrated both the potential benefits and the ultimate impossibility of genuine alliance between fundamentally incompatible philosophies. The Sith, who survived the occupation, had learned new techniques and strategies while developing a more sophisticated understanding of their enemies' capabilities and weaknesses, knowledge that would make future conflicts more devastating and prolonged. The philosophical differences that drove the new Sith Wars were deeper and more fundamental than those that had motivated previous conflicts, as both sides had developed more extreme and uncompromising versions of their traditional ideologies in response to the challenges they had faced during the Eternal Empire period. The Republic had embraced a form of militant democracy that sought to impose its values throughout the galaxy while eliminating threats before they could develop into existential challenges, while the Sith had evolved a philosophy of competitive evolution that viewed continuous warfare as the natural and necessary process through which consciousness and civilization advanced. The military technologies that both sides deployed during the new Sith Wars represented significant advances over previous generations of weapons and defensive systems, as the innovations that had been developed in response to Eternal Empire capabilities were now turned against more conventional opponents. The result was a level of destructive capability that exceeded anything that had been seen in earlier conflicts, while the strategic doctrines that emerged from this technological revolution made warfare more total and devastating than ever before. The early phases of the new Sith Wars were characterized by the emergence of multiple Sith factions that competed among themselves as much as they fought against the Republic, creating a complex multi-sided conflict where alliances shifted constantly while the overall level of violence and destruction continued to escalate. These Sith groups represented different interpretations of dark side philosophy and varying approaches to galactic conquest, but they shared a common commitment to the elimination of Republic democracy and the establishment of authoritarian rule based on the principle that power should flow to those strong enough to seize and hold it. The Brotherhood of Darkness emerged as the most significant of these Sith factions, representing an attempt to unite the scattered dark side practitioners under a single organizational structure that could coordinate their efforts while maintaining the competitive elements that Sith philosophy considered essential for preventing stagnation and weakness. The Brotherhood's approach to warfare was based on the principle of total commitment, seeking to achieve decisive victory through the application of overwhelming force rather than the limited engagements that had characterized previous conflicts. The Republic's response to the Brotherhood of Darkness and other Sith factions was complicated by the democratic government's need to maintain popular support for military operations while dealing with the practical challenges of fighting enemies who recognized no moral or legal restraints on their behavior. The Army of Light that was eventually organized to oppose the Sith represented a fusion of military professionalism with religious dedication that had not been seen since the ancient Jedi Crusades, creating a force that could match Sith fanaticism while maintaining the moral standards that distinguished democratic civilization from its authoritarian opponents. Lord Hoth, who emerged as the supreme commander of the Army of Light, represented a new type of military leader whose understanding of warfare had been shaped by the lessons of the previous centuries, while his commitment to democratic values provided the moral foundation necessary for sustaining popular support during the extended campaigns that the conflict would require. His leadership style combined strategic brilliance with genuine concern for the welfare of his troops and the civilian populations they were fighting to protect, creating loyalty and dedication that made the Army of Light more effective than its purely professional predecessors. The Battle of Misra demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of the Army of Light's approach to warfare, as Hoth's forces achieved a significant tactical victory against superior numbers while suffering casualties that raised questions about the sustainability of their strategy over the long term. The engagement showed that disciplined Republic forces could defeat Sith armies when properly led and equipped, but it also revealed the terrible cost of such victories and the psychological toll that extended warfare was taking on even the most dedicated soldiers. The technological innovations that emerged during the middle phases of the New Sith Wars pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in civilized warfare, as both sides developed weapons and tactics that were specifically designed to maximize destruction and suffering, rather than simply achieving military objectives. The use of chemical and biological weapons became routine, while the development of planet-killing devices created the possibility that entire worlds could be eliminated as collateral damage in conflicts that had originally been limited to specific political and territorial disputes. The impact of these weapons on civilian populations was devastating, as entire star systems were depopulated by conflicts that left the surviving infrastructure intact, while eliminating the beings who had created and maintained galactic civilization. The psychological trauma inflicted on survivors was equally severe, as the knowledge that such destruction was possible shattered assumptions about the value of individual life and the meaning of political and social institutions that could be eliminated so easily. The Jedi Order's role during the New Sith Wars was more active and militaristic than it had been during previous conflicts, as the Order's leadership recognized that the scale and intensity of the fighting required direct intervention if galactic civilization was to survive the current crisis. The Jedi who served with the Army of Light were not the contemplative scholars and peacekeepers of earlier eras, but warrior monks whose training emphasized combat effectiveness while maintaining the spiritual discipline necessary for avoiding corruption by the dark side, influences that permeated every aspect of the conflict. The development of new lightsaber combat forms and force techniques during this period reflected the practical requirements of fighting enemies whose power and ruthlessness exceeded anything that traditional Jedi training had prepared them to face. These innovations pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable within Jedi philosophy, as the demands of survival in combat situations required tactical approaches that came dangerously close to embracing the aggressive emotions that the Order had traditionally sought to eliminate. The philosophical debates that took place within the Jedi Order during the New Sith Wars centered on fundamental questions about the proper relationship between means and ends, as the Order's commitment to protecting innocent life seemed to require the use of methods that violated their traditional principles of compassion and restraint. The resolution of these debates would have lasting implications for the Order's development and its relationship with the galactic government that it served. The Battle of Ruusan represented the climactic engagement of the New Sith Wars, bringing together the largest concentrations of Force users that had ever participated in a single military operation, while creating conditions that would determine the future of both Jedi and Sith organizations for millennia to come. The planet chosen for this final confrontation was strategically significant but also symbolically important, as its capture would demonstrate which philosophy could claim legitimate authority over the galaxy's future development. The Army of Light that Lord Hoth led to Ruusan represented the culmination of decades of military development and strategic planning, consisting of the most skilled and dedicated warriors that the Republic and Jedi Order could provide, while equipped with weapons and technology that incorporated every lesson learned during the extended conflict. The force that gathered for this final battle was not just a military unit, but a crusading army whose members understood that they were fighting for the survival of everything they considered valuable and meaningful. The Brotherhood of Darkness that opposed them was equally formidable, consisting of Sith Lords and their followers who had been hardened by years of warfare, while enhanced through dark side techniques that made them individually more powerful than any opponents they had previously faced. The Sith force that prepared for the Battle of Ruusan represented the accumulated strength and knowledge of the dark side tradition, concentrated into a military formation that was designed to achieve decisive victory through the application of overwhelming power. The battle itself was fought on multiple levels simultaneously, with conventional military operations accompanied by duels between individual force users, while both sides attempted to manipulate the planet's environment through techniques that turned natural phenomena into weapons. The fighting was characterized by innovations in tactics and strategy that pushed both sides beyond their previous limitations, with new techniques being developed and implemented in real time, as the battle's outcome remained uncertain, despite the enormous resources that both sides had committed to achieving victory. The turning point came when Darth Bane, a Sith Lord whose understanding of dark side philosophy exceeded that of his contemporaries, recognized that the Brotherhood of Darkness's approach to the conflict was fundamentally flawed and would ultimately result in the destruction of the Sith tradition, regardless of the battle's immediate outcome. His decision to betray his allies and manipulate the deployment of the thought bomb represented a strategic calculation that sacrificed short-term tactical advantages for long-term philosophical survival. The thought bomb that devastated Ruusan was a weapon unlike anything that had been used in previous conflicts, designed to target the life force itself rather than physical matter, while creating destruction that transcended normal understanding of cause and effect. The device eliminated not just the physical forms of its victims, but their consciousness and spiritual essence, creating a form of death that was more complete and final than anything that conventional weapons could achieve. The detonation of the thought bomb eliminated virtually all Force users on both sides of the conflict, bringing the new Sith Wars to a sudden and catastrophic conclusion, while creating conditions that would reshape the relationship between light and dark side practitioners for the remainder of galactic history. The Army of Light was destroyed along with the Brotherhood of Darkness, leaving the galaxy apparently free from the threat of large-scale Force user conflicts, while creating opportunities for new approaches to the ancient philosophical differences between Jedi and Sith traditions. Darth Bane's survival of the Ruusan catastrophe was not accidental, but the result of careful planning and preparation that demonstrated his superior understanding of both Sith philosophy and the practical requirements for ensuring the tradition's survival under changed circumstances. His recognition that the Brotherhood's approach had been fundamentally flawed led him to develop new organizational principles that would make future Sith more effective, while less vulnerable to the kind of self-destructive conflicts that had characterized the recent wars. The Rule of Two that Bane established represented a complete break with previous Sith traditions, limiting the dark side organization to a single master and apprentice, while ensuring that the tradition would continue through carefully managed succession rather than the chaotic competition that had weakened previous Sith organizations. This innovation would prove to be one of the most successful organizational reforms in galactic history, creating a Sith tradition that could survive and eventually triumph over opponents who possessed superior numbers and resources. Master Ketu's voice carries profound exhaustion as he describes the end of the new Sith Wars, knowing that the apparent victory had come at a cost that would cripple the galaxy's ability to defend itself against future threats, while creating conditions that would make the eventual return of the Sith more dangerous than anyone could imagine. The 2,000 years of conflict had not resolved the fundamental philosophical differences that drove the ancient struggle between light and dark, but had simply hidden them beneath a veneer of peace that would prove to be temporary and illusory. Master Ketu's ancient consciousness achieves a moment of terrible clarity as we step back from the chaos of individual conflicts to perceive the vast tapestry of galactic history in its entirety, revealing patterns that span 25,000 years and connections that link every triumph and tragedy in an intricate web of cause and consequence that no single generation could have comprehended. The legacy of the Old Republic is not merely the story of individual heroes and villains, but the revelation of cosmic forces that have shaped the destiny of countless billions while working toward purposes that transcend mortal understanding and individual lifetimes. The pattern that emerges from this comprehensive view of galactic history is both beautiful and terrifying in its implications, as it becomes clear that the endless cycle of conflict between light and dark, order and chaos, freedom and control, was not the result of random historical forces or inevitable political tensions, but the deliberate orchestration of intelligences that had been manipulating galactic civilization since its earliest days. The wars, the betrayals, the moments of hope and despair that had defined the Old Republic era were all movements in a cosmic symphony whose composers remained hidden while their music played out across the stars. At the center of this vast conspiracy stands the figure of the immortal Sith Emperor, whose true identity and ultimate purposes had remained concealed even from his closest followers, while his influence shaped events across millennia through methods that exceeded anything recorded in the annals of political manipulation or strategic planning. The being who had corrupted Revan and Malak, who had built the hidden Sith Empire in the unknown regions, who had orchestrated the Great Galactic War and survived the apparent destruction of his physical form, was far more than a simple dark side practitioner seeking political power. The Emperor's true nature was that of a parasitic consciousness that had achieved immortality by consuming the life force of entire worlds while using the accumulated energy to sustain an existence that spanned thousands of years and multiple physical incarnations. His hunger was not limited to individual beings, but extended to entire civilizations, making him a cosmic predator whose appetites could only be satisfied through the destruction of everything that the galaxy's inhabitants considered valuable and meaningful. The revelation of the Emperor's immortality and the methods he had used to achieve it casts new light on every major conflict of the Old Republic era, as it becomes apparent that each war had served his purposes by weakening the forces of light, while providing opportunities for him to feed on the death and suffering that large-scale warfare inevitably produced. The Hyperspace War, the Great Sith War, the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, the Great Galactic War, and even the new Sith Wars had all been instruments in his grand design, conflicts that appeared to be driven by ideological differences or territorial ambitions, but which actually served to advance his ultimate goal of consuming all life in the galaxy. The manipulation techniques that the Emperor had used to orchestrate these conflicts were so sophisticated and long-term that even his most direct agents rarely understood the full scope of his plans or their own role in implementing them. His approach was based on the recognition that complex systems could be controlled more effectively through subtle influence on key decision-makers rather than direct command, while his immortal perspective allowed him to develop strategies that would take centuries or millennia to achieve their objectives. The corruption of individual heroes and leaders was accomplished through methods that combined psychological manipulation with direct exposure to dark side energies, creating conditions where victims would make choices that seemed reasonable and justified at the time, but which ultimately served the Emperor's purposes while destroying everything they had originally sought to protect. The pattern was always the same, beginning with genuine threats that justified extreme measures, then gradually escalating the stakes until the victims found themselves committed to courses of action that violated their fundamental principles while serving goals they no longer fully understood. Revan's fall was perhaps the most perfect example of this manipulation, as his corruption began with legitimate concerns about galactic security and the need to prepare for threats that conventional authorities could not adequately address. The Emperor's agents had carefully guided him toward discoveries and experiences that would make dark side techniques seem like necessary tools rather than moral compromises, while his natural intelligence and dedication to protecting innocent life made him particularly vulnerable to arguments that portrayed the accumulation of power as a moral imperative. The tragedy of Revan's story was not just his individual fall, but the way his corruption was used to legitimize similar choices by other heroes and leaders who saw his example as proof that such compromises were sometimes necessary for the greater good. The emperor's manipulation was designed to create cascading effects where the corruption of one influential individual would create conditions that made similar corruption more likely for others, eventually undermining the moral foundations of entire civilizations. The Mandalorian Wars represented another masterpiece of long-term manipulation, as the Emperor's agents had spent decades encouraging Mandalorian aggression while simultaneously weakening Republic defenses and creating conditions where desperate measures would seem justified to those responsible for galactic security. The conflict had served multiple purposes, eliminating potential threats to Sith expansion while providing opportunities to identify and corrupt Republic leaders whose abilities would be useful for future operations. The most insidious aspect of the Emperor's manipulation of the Mandalorian conflict was his use of Malachor V as a testing ground for weapons and techniques that would enhance his own power while demonstrating the effectiveness of strategies that turned his enemies' strengths against them. The mass shadow generator had been more than a weapon of mass destruction, serving as a kind of cosmic tuning fork that had created resonances in the Force that enhanced the Emperor's ability to manipulate events across vast distances while weakening the spiritual foundations that protected potential victims from corruption. The creation of the wound in the Force at Malachor V had been a deliberate act designed to serve the Emperor's long-term goals, rather than simply a desperate measure to end an otherwise unwinnable war. The wound had become a focal point for dark side energy that enhanced the effectiveness of Sith operations throughout the galaxy, while creating conditions that made Force users more vulnerable to corruption and manipulation. The Emperor had understood that control of the Force itself was more valuable than control of any specific territory or population. The pattern of manipulation extended far beyond individual conflicts to encompass the development of entire philosophical and religious traditions that had shaped galactic civilization for thousands of years. The Jedi Order's emphasis on emotional control and detachment from worldly concerns had been subtly encouraged through agents and influences that made these principles seem like wisdom rather than potential weaknesses, while the Order's organizational structure had been shaped in ways that made it vulnerable to infiltration and corruption by those who understood its operational methods. Similarly, the democratic institutions of the Republic had been influenced through seemingly beneficial reforms and innovations that actually made the government more dependent on individual leaders while reducing the effectiveness of the checks and balances that were supposed to prevent the accumulation of excessive power. The Emperor's agents had spent centuries working within Republic institutions to create the conditions that would make authoritarian solutions seem attractive when faced with crises that democratic processes could not address quickly or effectively. The revelation that extends beyond political manipulation to encompass technological and scientific development that had been guided toward objectives that served the Emperor's ultimate purposes while appearing to benefit galactic civilization. The advancement of hyperspace technology, communication systems and weapons development had all been influenced through research grants, academic appointments, and strategic investments that directed innovation toward applications that would enhance the Emperor's capabilities while creating dependencies that could be exploited during future conflicts. The most disturbing aspect of this technological manipulation was the realization that many of the scientific breakthroughs that had defined galactic civilization were not the result of natural discovery and innovation, but the deliberate dissemination of knowledge that the Emperor had acquired through means that remained unclear. His understanding of physics, biology, and consciousness exceeded anything that contemporary science could explain, suggesting access to information sources that transcended normal academic research and experimentation. The question of how the Emperor had originally acquired his knowledge and power leads to even more unsettling possibilities about the nature of the galaxy and the forces that shaped its development. References in the most ancient texts suggest the existence of precursor civilizations whose capabilities exceeded anything achieved by later societies, beings who had achieved mastery over the fundamental forces of reality before disappearing for reasons that remained unclear. The emperor's power might be derived from artifacts or knowledge left behind by these ancient civilizations, making him not the originator of the manipulation but merely its most recent and successful practitioner. The implications of this possibility extend beyond the scope of recorded galactic history to raise questions about the nature of the galaxy itself and whether the conflicts that had defined the Old Republic era was simply the most recent iteration of cycles that had been repeating for millions of years. The patterns of rise and fall that characterized galactic civilization might not be the result of natural historical forces, but the deliberate engineering of entities whose purposes and capabilities exceeded mortal understanding. The discovery of the Emperor's true nature and the scope of his manipulation creates a crisis of meaning that extends beyond immediate political and military concerns to challenge fundamental assumptions about free will, moral responsibility, and the possibility of genuine progress in a universe where such powerful forces operate behind the scenes. If every major decision and historical event had been influenced or controlled by the Emperor's agents, then the heroes and villains of galactic history were not truly responsible for their choices, while the suffering and sacrifice that had defined countless lives had served purposes that their perpetrators never understood. Yet even in the face of such cosmic manipulation, there remains evidence of genuine resistance and authentic choice that suggests the Emperor's control was not absolute or his victory inevitable. The survival of individuals like the Exile, whose unique relationship with the Force made them immune to certain forms of manipulation, demonstrates that consciousness and will could transcend even the most sophisticated attempts at control when properly understood and applied. The pattern of resistance that emerges from careful analysis of galactic history reveals that the Emperor's greatest victories were often accompanied by the seeds of his eventual defeat, as his manipulation created conditions that would eventually produce opponents whose capabilities exceeded his ability to control or corrupt. The very success of his long-term strategies had generated the forces that would ultimately challenge his dominance while creating opportunities for forms of consciousness and organization that operated according to principles he could not understand or predict. The legacy of the Old Republic is therefore not just a record of manipulation and control, but a testament to the resilience of consciousness and the possibility of transcendence even in the face of cosmic forces that seem overwhelming and insurmountable. The heroes and villains whose stories had defined 25,000 years of galactic history were not simply puppets dancing to the Emperor's tune, but participants in a struggle whose outcome remained uncertain despite the apparent hopelessness of their situation. The revelation of the Emperor's role in galactic history provides context for understanding the conflicts that would follow the Old Republic era, as his influence would continue to shape events through the mechanisms he had established, while the resistance to his manipulation would evolve new forms and capabilities that had not existed during the ancient conflicts. The pattern that had defined the past would continue into the future, but with the crucial difference that the nature of the struggle was finally becoming visible to those who participated in it. Master K2's voice carries a note of grim hope as he concludes this revelation, knowing that awareness of the manipulation was the first step toward transcending it, while the patterns that had been hidden for so long could finally be recognized and countered by those who understood their true nature. The legacy of the Old Republic was not just a record of past failures and tragedies, but a guide for future generations who would face the same cosmic forces with better understanding of what they were truly fighting against and what genuine victory would require. Master Ketu's ancient voice becomes soft and contemplative as we reach the end of our journey through 25,000 years of galactic history, his consciousness finally at peace. After bearing witness to the full scope of the cosmic drama that had unfolded across countless worlds and through the lives of billions of sentient beings, the chronicle we have shared tonight is more than a simple recounting of political conflicts and military campaigns. It is a meditation on the nature of existence itself, and the eternal struggle between the forces that seek to create and those that seek to destroy, a pattern that extends far beyond the boundaries of any single galaxy or the lifespans of individual civilizations. As we stand now in the quiet aftermath of Revelation, surrounded by the gentle hum of cosmic energies that flow through all living things, we can finally perceive the Old Republic era not as a series of disconnected events, but as a single, vast story of consciousness awakening to its own nature and potential. The heroes and villains whose actions shaped galactic destiny were not simply individuals pursuing personal ambitions or political goals, but expressions of fundamental forces that operate throughout the universe, embodiments of the eternal tension between light and dark, order and chaos, hope and despair that defines the very structure of reality. The tragedy and triumph that characterized these ancient times were not aberrations or failures, but necessary aspects of a cosmic process that allows consciousness to evolve and transcend its limitations through experience of every possible form of joy and suffering. The wars that devastated entire star systems and the moments of peace that allowed civilizations to flourish were equally important parts of a greater symphony whose themes can only be appreciated when viewed from the perspective of eternity rather than the limited vantage point of any single lifetime or historical period. In the stillness that follows understanding, we can sense the presence of those who came before us, the countless beings whose choices and sacrifices made possible the galaxy we now inhabit. Tithon's ancient ruins shimmer with memories of the Jedi, who first learned to balance light and dark before their philosophy shattered into the fragments that would become Jedi and Sith traditions. The red sands of Korriban whisper with the voices of fallen Sith lords whose hunger for power ultimately consumed them, while their knowledge endured in holocrons and temples that still influence events thousands of years after their creators' deaths. The core worlds that witnessed the rise and fall of the Republic bear invisible scars from the battles that raged in their skies and the political struggles that determined their fate, while the unknown regions that sheltered the hidden Sith Empire continue to hold secrets that future generations will discover when they are ready to understand the lessons they contain. Every world touched by the conflicts of the Old Republic era carries within its very structure the echoes of choices made long ago, decisions that seemed important only to those who made them, but which rippled outward through space and time to shape the destiny of beings who would not be born for millennia. The Force itself bears the memory of these ancient times, its eternal flow marked by the wounds and healing that characterized the great struggles between those who sought to impose their will upon the galaxy and those who fought to preserve the freedom that allows consciousness to evolve according to its own inner nature. The dark side nexuses created by Sith alchemy and the light side sanctuaries established by Jedi Masters continue to influence the spiritual development of Force sensitives, creating opportunities for both corruption and enlightenment that reflect the choices made by their ancient creators. The technologies that were developed during the Old Republic era have become so integrated into galactic civilization that their origins are forgotten by most who benefit from their capabilities. Yet these innovations carry within their design principles the philosophical assumptions and moral commitments of those who created them. Hyperspace travel that allows instantaneous communication across vast distances reflects the Republic's commitment to unity and cooperation, while the weapon systems that can devastate entire worlds embody the Sith belief that power should flow to those strong enough to seize and wield it without restraint. The artistic and cultural achievements of this ancient period continue to inspire and influence creative expression throughout the galaxy, as the stories, music, and visual arts that emerged from the crucible of cosmic conflict contain insights into the nature of beauty and meaning that transcend the specific circumstances of their creation. The epic poems that commemorate the heroism of Jedi Masters and the tragic ballads that mourn the fall of noble souls speak to universal themes that resonate with beings regardless of their species or cultural background. The educational institutions that preserve the memory of the Old Republic era serve not merely as repositories of historical information, but as temples dedicated to the cultivation of wisdom and understanding that can guide future generations through their own challenges and opportunities. The Great Library of Ossus, rebuilt after its destruction during the Great Sith War, contains not just the accumulated knowledge of the past, but the living wisdom that emerges when that knowledge is integrated with direct experience of the principles it describes. The philosophical traditions that emerged from the conflicts and revelations of the Old Republic period continue to evolve and develop as new generations of thinkers grapple with the fundamental questions about consciousness, morality, and the relationship between individual freedom and cosmic order that were first articulated by ancient masters whose names have become legend. The debates between Jedi and Sith philosophies are not simply historical curiosities, but ongoing explorations of the deepest mysteries of existence, investigations that will continue as long as conscious beings seek to understand their place in the universe. The religious movements that draw inspiration from Old Republic-era teachings provide spiritual guidance for billions of beings throughout the galaxy, offering paths to enlightenment and transcendence that were first mapped by ancient Force users whose discoveries about the nature of cosmic energy continue to offer hope and meaning to those who seek connection with something greater than their individual existence. The meditation techniques developed by Jedi Masters and the rituals created by Sith alchemists represent different approaches to the same fundamental goal of understanding and harmonizing with the forces that shape reality at the deepest level. The political lessons that emerge from the rise and fall of the Old Republic continue to influence governmental systems throughout the galaxy, as the successes and failures of democratic institutions provide guidance for those who seek to create societies that can balance individual freedom with collective security while maintaining the flexibility necessary to adapt to changing circumstances. The corruption that destroyed the Republic and the authoritarianism that characterized the Sith Empire serve as warnings about the dangers that threaten any political system when its leaders lose sight of the principles that justify their authority. The military strategies and tactics that were developed during the great conflicts of the Old Republic era have become the foundation for defensive planning throughout the galaxy, as the lessons learned through 25,000 years of warfare provide insights into the nature of conflict and the requirements for victory that transcend the specific technologies and circumstances of any particular historical period. The principles of asymmetric warfare pioneered by resistance movements and the concepts of total war developed by Sith strategists continue to influence military doctrine and strategic planning. The scientific discoveries that emerged from Old Republic-era research continue to drive technological development and theoretical understanding throughout the galaxy, as the investigations into the nature of the Force and its relationship to consciousness have opened avenues of inquiry that lead toward ever deeper comprehension of the fundamental structure of reality. The experiments in consciousness, transfer, and artificial intelligence that characterize the Eternal Empire period have laid the groundwork for developments that may eventually transcend the traditional boundaries between organic and mechanical intelligence. As we contemplate the vast sweep of history that has brought us to this moment of quiet reflection, we can sense the presence of future generations who will build upon the foundation laid by the heroes and villains of the Old Republic era, beings who will face their own challenges and opportunities while drawing upon the accumulated wisdom of those who came before them. The patterns that defined the ancient conflicts will continue to manifest in new forms and contexts, but with the crucial difference that each iteration brings greater understanding and more sophisticated approaches to the eternal questions that define conscious existence. The cycle of conflict and resolution that characterized the Old Republic era has not ended, but has evolved to higher levels of complexity and meaning. as the consciousness that was awakened through 25,000 years of struggle continues to develop capabilities and insights that were barely imaginable to the ancient masters who first began the journey toward understanding. The light and dark that struggled for dominance in the ancient galaxy continue their eternal dance, but with each movement of the cosmic symphony bringing new possibilities for harmony and transcendence. In the gentle twilight of memory and anticipation, we can feel the presence of the Force itself as it flows through all living things, carrying the wisdom of the past toward the infinite possibilities of the future, while maintaining the eternal present that is the source of all consciousness and creativity. The old republic may have fallen to the ambitions of those who sought to control rather than serve the cosmic order, but its legacy lives on in every choice made by conscious beings who seek to create rather than destroy, to heal rather than harm, to love rather than hate. The stars that witness the rise and fall of ancient civilizations continue their stately dance through the void, their light carrying messages across impossible distances while serving as beacons of hope for travelers who journey through the darkness in search of meaning and connection. The force that binds all things together maintains its eternal flow, offering guidance and strength to those who learn to listen to its whispers while respecting the mystery that lies at the heart of all existence. Master Ketu's voice fades into the cosmic silence as our journey through galactic history comes to its end. But his presence remains as a reminder that consciousness transcends individual existence, while the wisdom gained through experience becomes part of the eternal heritage that guides all beings toward their ultimate destiny. The Old Republic era has ended, but its story continues in every moment when light confronts darkness and chooses to shine more brightly rather than be extinguished by forces it cannot control. Thank you for joining me on this epic journey through the stars and through time itself. If you've enjoyed exploring these ancient mysteries and cosmic truths, please consider subscribing for more deep dives into the hidden corners of galactic history, where legends are born and wisdom is forged in the crucible of eternity. Until we meet again in the vast spaces between the stars, may the Force guide your dreams and bring you peace in the knowledge that you are part of a story that has no ending, only transformation into ever greater expressions of the light that shines within all conscious beings. The chronicle ends as it began, with whispers of forgotten wisdom carried on solar winds that blow between the worlds. But now those whispers speak not of mysteries yet to be revealed, but of understanding finally achieved and peace finally found, in the recognition that all struggles, all victories, all defeats are movements in a cosmic dance that celebrates the infinite creativity of consciousness, exploring its own limitless potential throughout all space and time.